Hello everyone! Hello. I'm here. It's Saturday. Welcome to tonight's stream. We're gonna be doing some Mario Kart Wii. That's all that was 10 minutes? Hold on. Let's just start then. Game? Game? Hold on a sec. There we go. There we go. Alright. Oh, my puppy. Hi, Roxy. Hey, Roxy. Hello, puppy. She's upset. Oh, fuck. My parents aren't home because they're at a wedding. So Roxy's been all riled up. Hey! Hey, what's up? What's up? What? What? Oh. You just lay there, buddy. What? Swiping at me, Roxy. Why are you swiping? What is your problem? She's a good girl. What? What? Just staring at me. What is it, Roxy? Oh, she flopped. She flopped over. Dude, is this a 12-person game? How fucking often does that happen on Mario Kart Wii? Roxy, you're bringing me good luck over here. Like the guy with his Discord as his username. I need people on Mario Kart Wii to add me on Discord. What, Roxy? What are you doing? Hello, baby. Oh, I'm petting your little head. Weird animal giving me kisses. What? Oh, I love you, Roxy. So odd. Why are you swiping at me? Dude, there's so many funkies, like, isolated right here. They're all chasing Daisy. Yeah, this is a game exclusively of Funky Kong, Daisy, and a Peach and a Rosalina. And then I'm just gonna roll up with a fucking meat. Are you itchy? You an itchy girl, Roxy? What happened? Oh, that was the end of the... Oh, okay. They don't tell you what lap the people you're spectating are on. They just throw you in there. What, Roxy? Oh, I'm petting your little head. A bunch of people dipped out. Well, they just played Bowser's Castle, so I'm not gonna force that upon them, but I am going to pick Coconut Mall. Has anybody ever told you you're like a odd animal? She's looking so sad at me. What? What? What are you looking for? It's just me. DK Summit? I guess we could do that. Dude, people really like this level. I feel like I played DK Summit like a lot, considering it's DK Summit. I fucked up. Good start. Finally. We'll get ahead by getting fucked up items. The bullet bill is like much scarier in this game than it is in Mario Kart 8 because it's just like, it could just end at any time. You could be in a very inconvenient point for it to end and it will just do it because it's like, fuck you, you got it for too long. Mario Kart 8 like only stops you if you're gonna be safe. So hi Jen, welcome. Game's a bit loud. Oh shit, is it? Okay, I lowered it a bit. That should be better. Fuck, if it was too loud for that whole time, nobody heard me talking over the game. I was with Roxy. She was chilling. She left, though. Oh, she's back. I said her name and she's back. Hey, Roxy. What are you doing? Okay, bye. She jumped on my bed and then she left again. I mean, Star is like celebrating over something. They just brought back the gold standard. Got 2 chips from Panera Bread instead of 1. How big are like the chips from Panera Bread? I don't think I've ever been to a Panera Bread in my life. I'm too scared I'll see Lin-Manuel Miranda because of the one TikTok. That wasn't like a fictional TikTok. Oh, you got a chips bag. Got it. The Lin-Manuel Miranda, like, Panera Bread TikTok is, like, a true story. That really happened. Alright, COVID hit everybody differently. Okay, this person who has, like, graphics in their like, liked the Twitter announcement. Are you, like, you're an NFT artist? Get out of here. This is the second time. Dude, like, random, like, NFT artists keep, like, finding my stream announcements and then liking it, and it's like, dude, this is not your place. Get out of here. Scram. Vote for Coconut Mall again. But you have to commission NFT artists. Lin-Manuel Miranda is the peak of white boy jump scare. True? Dude, like, they do Hamilton and Broadway. If I just went to, like, Manhattan, there's, like, a small chance I would just see him. Like, my chances of seeing Lin-Manuel Miranda are small, but never zero. Who does he even play in Hamilton? Is he the title character Hamilton? Oh, he's Latino. So he's not a white boy. He is still scary, though. He plays Hamilton. Got it. He made Hamilton so that he could be Hamilton. I mean, given the fact-kin phenomenon that followed Hamilton, maybe he was a little bit of a pioneer. Like, he was the first one. Cause like isn't like Hamilton like basically his self-insert? Or am I just like imagining things that don't exist? Cause I didn't watch that shit. I have no interest. He was a pioneer in shit bars. Yeah, I like, honestly, like, his style of rap is, like, probably my least favorite style of rap possible. That was Eminem. True. Listen, though. I would rather listen to the worst Eminem song before I would listen to the best Lin-Manuel Miranda song. Like, I could probably handle, like, Eminem's Tone Deaf better than I could handle the one Bruno song from Encanto. That was a song written by him, right? But it was like the thing where, like, he made that song and he expected to sing it, but then they got a different voice actor. Think so? Yeah. I try not to just say shit, but sometimes... That was fucked up that Funky Kong did that. I try not to just say shit, but sometimes I just gotta act. Did he write all the music in Encanto? I don't know. I'm pretty sure he wrote We Don't Talk About Bruno, which became, like, the viral hit. It was very funny, like, following, like, a couple people who, like, follow the music industry and how, like, We Don't Talk About Bruno was, like, basically the only mainstream song for, like, the first, like, 5 months of the year. There's just nothing happening in pop music. Not that I would know, because it's not like I'm listening to that shit. Like, not to be, like, a pretentious, like, oh, I don't listen to mainstream music, but just, like, it's more like, yeah, I don't listen to mainstream music, so I don't know what's going on a lot of the time. Sorry. I don't mean it to be, like, a pretentious person. The Cornplate tweet did more for Encanto than most of its lesser songs. I'm inclined to believe with you, because I know nothing about Encanto. I'm sure, like, Encanto is, like, a fine movie. It's just a fine movie that I have, like, basically no interest in. Like, again, I'm not... I feel like now that I'm, like, in my 20s and I'm, like, an adult, like, you have to try harder to get me, like, super invested in, like, children's animation. It's a fine musical, but you also despise Disney. Oh, I do, too. That's part of it. Like, you already got, like, being Disney. It's not great. Honestly, like, what animation company that exists right now is, like, that good? You have Illumination, whose, like, strength is putting out the most mid-fucking movies you've ever seen in your life. Don't listen to mainstream music, but explicitly because your brain reacts only to the most insane shit possible. It's nothing against pop music in general, it's the chemical imbalance. I respect that. I respect that. I do enjoy me some weird music. Although there's gotta be weird music that's, like, screaming in my ear. I could never do, like, hyperpop. Like, hyperpop is, like, super popular right now. Like, hyperpop just, it just doesn't jive with me. Dude, that took forever. Don't you like metal? That's not hyperpop. I said I like music that, like, screams in my ear. That's not what hyperpop is. Hyperpop is not music that screams in your ear. Hyperpop is like... I would almost say it's just kind of like an experimental form of music. Like, I don't know, like, hyperpop doesn't, like, have the same hit as, like, metal does. Oh, yeah, no, I like music that screams in my ears. Hyperpop is music that farts in your ear. Miss the giant mushroom power-up? It's fun. It is pretty fun. Dude, he just teleported? Like, listen, I have nothing against, like, people that are, like, into hyperpop. It just, it goes in one ear, it comes out the other, and I just kind of get a little confused. I think I don't use TikTok enough to understand hyperpop. Hyperpop is kind of straight up poop step, and it's kind of sick for that. No, I don't think listen, I'm the inventor of poop step. I don't think hyperpop is poop step. Poop step is a very specific phenomenon. And that very specific phenomenon is songs that are so bad that even with my, like, general level-headedness, I cannot, like, imagine, like, a target audience that would be like, oh shit, this stuff is sick as fuck. Like, hyperpop has this audience. It's just not me at all. Poop step, though, if I call your song poop step, it's, like, basically irredeemable in my mind. Like, I wouldn't, like, if like, a friend was like, hey, can you, I need, like, an escort to, like, the 100 Gex concert, can you just, like, bring me there? I would be like, okay, yeah, sure, whatever. And I would listen to the hyperpop. But if, like, someone was like, dude, you gotta go to the concert for the, like, the one, like, fucked up sounding song that has, like, it has the me girl, like, dancing, and it has, like, the worst fucking beat of all time. I don't know how to describe this song. I'm not enough of a music person to describe this song, but it's just, like, whenever I think of poop step, I think of that specific song, and I don't know how I would describe it. I don't even remember what it's called off the top of my head. From what you gather, poop step is almost eldritch in nature. Kind of, yeah. It's also important to note that poop step is not just, like, experimental music. An experimental song doesn't necessarily equal poop step. But poop step can be experimental. It just has to be a bad experiment. That song makes you think of Among Us instead of the Darling and the Franks girl. I thought, well, okay, the GIF is, like, traced over the, like, me girl. I forgot it was Darling and the Franks. Hi, is poop step an actual genre or just what I'm calling it? It's just what I'm calling it. I invented poop step, and now I get to be the judge, jury, and executioner in what is and isn't poop step. It's 2 Foot Han. That's what it is. That fucking song, like, the worst fucking beat I've ever heard. To this day, still, like, the worst beat I've ever heard. Hi, Nicole. Hi, Everest. I'm trying to think. There were other examples of poop step that have cropped up over the past year, but I can't really remember them off the top of my head. I feel like 2 Foot Han just, like, stands tall as, like, one of the most fucked up, like, awful sounding songs I've ever heard. Yeah, the funky concentration. That's Mario Kart Wii Online, baby. Ow. Meanwhile, I'm just sitting here chilling with my meat. Darling and the Frank Girl makes you mad because she stole the name 02 from Kirby? True? I fucked up. I wasn't going fast enough. Dude, I need like a bullet bill at this point to catch up. Yeah, we chillin' on a weekend like usual. Shouldn't have to look up 02 Kirby to see your fucked up little eyeball freak. Literally! Like, what the hell has this world come to? Although, I gotta be honest, Darling and the Franks was, like, a thing that the Japanese government commissioned to get people to, you know, do the do, as it were. And it worked. Japan has a much higher birth rate than it did, like, a couple years ago. They actually did it. Shinzo Abe brought up the birth rate. That's, like, really fucked up because we were all making fun of him for years. From what I can tell, the birth rate in Japan is, like, still, like, lower than the average of the world. But for, like, Eastern Asia, it's pretty high. But correct me if I'm wrong on that. But I remember seeing, like, an article about that. Oh, he retired before that happened? Did he? Wait, did Shinzo Abe retire? I thought he was still the Japanese Prime Minister, to be honest. I legit was, like, thinking this whole time he was still the Prime Minister. Who the fuck is it now? He retired? Maybe it was in production while he was still in office? He retired. Isn't funny as Shinzo Abe moments. He retired in 2020. Okay, we have to look up when the, like, birth rate statistics were. Birth rate 2022. Before the results came out, the birth rate was coming up? Mm-hmm. Oh, wait, get back in there. I mean, theoretically, like, he could still have had a part in Japan's upward birth rate. If that was, like, very recently. Who is, like, the current Japan Prime Minister? Fumio Kishida. I don't think I said this guy's name right. I'm so sorry. Wait, he replaced the other guy last year? How fucking long was this other guy in office? What? I think it would be funny if the study came when he wasn't in office anymore. What the fuck? There was a dude who was prime minister for like a year. What do you... like... how long are prime ministers, like, usually appointed? I guess it would be different for every country, but... like, it felt like Shinzo Abe was in there for a long time, and then they just... his replacement got, like, ditched in a year? Like, what happened there? There was something going on with, like, the politics in Japan. I gotta start studying world politics so I can figure out why the hell this one Japanese prime minister was in there for, like, a year. But Shinzo Abe was in there for a while, wasn't he? There's no way Shinzo Abe ruled from, like, 2019 to 2020. I'll have to check the Wikipedia article again after this with list of prime ministers. Uh-oh. Shinzo Abe trolled by birth rates. Felt like he was there for a billion years. It really did. I feel like I remember seeing, like, Shinzo Abe, like, birth rate memes from, like, 2016. Okay, he was 2012. So he had, like, 8 years? Like, about the same term as, like, a US president that gets elected twice? How often does, like, Japan have, like, elections for, like, prime minister? Or do they not, like, do that? The birth rates were increasing almost a year after he left office. Doesn't that mean he successfully got people to fuck during his term? Yes. Seeing someone with a Discord tag in their Mario Kart Wii name feels bizarre. Yeah, I saw that earlier and I was just like, huh. I really, like, the kind of person who needs people from Mario Kart Wii to add them on Discord. There is a 9-month delay, this is true. It takes a while to make a baby. Source, I was a baby? Source, dude, just trust me? True. You were never a baby, that's just immature. Oh, you think you're above being a baby? That's the real immaturity. Oh, I was never a baby. What's wrong with you? Don't think it's a weird thing, it just feels like two distinct eras overlapping. That's true. I don't know, I guess I've always, like, thought that, like, having Discord tags as, like, your username in, like, games and stuff was a little odd. Because it's like, I would not want, like, random people from, like, any video game I'm playing online to just, like, add me. What if they, like, DM me and they just tell me to fuck off? What if I get sent death threats because I, like, beat a guy too bad at, like, Tf2? That's, like, scary. You see people in Splatoon do that and you're like, dude, no fucking way. I would not play Splatoon with my Discord tag. Like, FPS players already have a reputation for, like, being pretty toxic. You combine FPS player with Nintendo fan, like, that's gotta be terrible. You're gonna get DM'd by someone whose least favorite game is, like, Mario Tennis Aces. You're gonna get suicide baited by the guy who made the video about Nintendo Switch Sports being the worst video game they've ever played. Don't want to be traceable in the video game online lobby as a trans woman on the internet. I understand that, and I respect that. That was, like, really, that's, like, something I was thinking about, was I was, like, getting recommended this video where I was, like, where it was, like, Nintendo Switch Sports is the worst game Nintendo's ever made, and it was just one of those things where I was just, like, dude, like, I feel like Nintendo fans play, like, one mediocre game, and they decide to make it their personality that it's, like, the worst thing they've ever played. Like, oh my god. I played Paper Mario Sticker Star, which is, like, by and large, like, a super mediocre game. I'm gonna dedicate the rest of my life to making everyone, like, making it known. Like, dude, we get it. We need to start playing, like, real shitty video games. Like, play Action 52. Humble yourselves. I'm tired of seeing, like, video essays that are like, New Super Mario Brothers is the worst game I've ever played. And this is not me saying you can never criticize Nintendo. But, like, I hate the hyperbole of, like, this is the worst video game I've ever played in my life. And it's, like, a 6 out of 10 video game. Like, it's just, like, okay. It's the most, like, okay thing. People should make YouTube videos about Scarface for PS2, literally. Dude, play Drake of the 99 Dragons or something. Get some real bad games in your blood. I think that like shitty video games are an important part of our culture. Okay? I would be nowhere if I didn't play like Superman 64 and like Action 52, which are objectively horrible games, but they hold more historical value and should take up more of your mind space than something like Nintendo Switch Sports. Like, dude, they released like a mediocre Wii Sports game? That's like an average Tuesday. But like Action 52, that comes once in a lifetime, man. We're never gonna see a shitty game like that again. This is also, I guess you have to keep in mind also that I generally like Nintendo Switch Sports, but it also, like, it didn't keep my attention for too long. I'd probably, like, put it on again, like, during a party. But they had, like, the thing where it was like, oh my god, if you play, like, weekly, you can get, like, the new cosmetics and stuff. And I did that, and I got, like, all the cosmetics for the first week, and then I just never did that again. People like that never seen an AVGN video? Literally. And, like, the whole joke of AVGN is that, like, it's, like, dumb to even, like, complain about these old shitty video games. Like, but then people, and people do it anyways. Nobody, like, so many, like, YouTube reviewers of the time did not understand, like, the joke of AVGN. They literally don't even know about shitload of fuck. But, like, part of the humor of AVGN was that it was so obviously, like, hyperbole, and it was like, who actually cares this much about, like, a kind of, like, dopey, like, NES game? It's probably a game that nobody else has played in, like, 10 years. Don't even know about shitload of fuck. I don't know, I'm kind of also at an age where, like, generally, like, YouTube criticism, like, rarely, like, sticks the landing for me. Like, there are a few people I watch who, like, can be, like, genuinely, like, critical of games and stuff, and, like, I feel like, okay, yeah, this is, like, completely understandable. Like, I watch, King K, and he's done, like, very critical, like, essays on, like, Nintendo games and such, and I'm just like, okay, yeah, that's, like, fine. But then I see, like, is this the worst game I've ever played? And then it's like Mario Kart Tour for the mobile phone. And listen, I'm even gonna put myself on, like, on strike here. Or not that. That's not the term. But, I'm gonna put myself on blast here. That's the term. Dude, who fucking cares about, like, Fire Emblem Fates? It's, like, I don't like it, but it's, like, who cares? It came out, like, 6 years ago. It's, like, a bad video game, and then they never did it again. It's not like they created, like, a whole Fire Emblem Fates franchise. They just moved on to other Fire Emblem games. And the rest of the world followed suit. Like, you have to keep in mind that in, like, 5 years, a lot of these, like, games that are, like, mediocre or just, like, do not fit your personal preference, and it's just, like, it's not gonna matter, man. It's not gonna matter that much. Like, wasting, like, that money when I was, like, a teenager, it probably humbled me a little bit. Did they really move on with all that DLC? I mean, all the DLC for Fates came out within, like, a month. To be fair. That all came out, like, pretty quick after the game. I don't know, I guess, like, Fate's characters and such, like, appear in, like, Heroes, and they were in, like, Warriors, but it was like, dude... Replaced from the context of Fire Emblem Fates, a lot of those characters aren't even as annoying. Like, genuinely, like, Fates makes the characters worse. Something bad happened, I was disconnected from the other players. Uh-oh. I don't know, like, again, like, does it really matter that they released, like, a 3DS game that I didn't like in, like, 2016? What does it matter? Dude, there's, like, a million fucking video games out there. And this is not, again, this is not to say you can never be critical about a video game either. I like to think I can be pretty critical myself, you know? But, like... Sometimes you just gotta admit that it's not that deep. A lot of these, like, mediocre games are not gonna be remembered in, like, 10 years. Like, Super Mario Odyssey and, like, Breath of the Wild, those are games that people are gonna be talking about for, like, the next 20 years. Like, Nintendo Switch Sports, probably not. Mario Tennis Aces, probably not. It's fine. We might have a problem here. We might not be able to get back onto Mario Kart Wii Online. But yeah, I don't know. Video games are fun. We got back in. Video games are fun. You shouldn't, like, dedicate, like, so much of your time to, like, talking about games you don't like. And, like, if the modern industry has, like, jaded you, there's, like, a fantastic indie scene now. Retro games are more accessible than they've ever been. Not necessarily legally, but, you know. But, like, video games are good. Play some video games. I love video games. That's it. That's the moral. And I just, like, I don't know. I think, like, if you are, like, jaded at all by the modern video game industry, and, like, that's completely understandable. It's, like, you have, like, so many outs, you know? You could get into, like, the very big and deep indie scene. There's so many retro games to play. There's ROM hacks, mods. Dude, we still have, like, games running from, like, 15 years ago. You could play, like, Tf2 still. Granted, not very easily, but, you know. The indie game scene is humongous now, literally. You're incredibly jaded by the current video game industry, but also Celeste is right there, literally. Like, I get it. Especially from, like, the bundles I've gotten over the year on itch.io, there's a bunch of indie games I want to play. Like, I want to play Demon's Turf. That looks like a really fun, like, 3D platformer. I want to play Jimmy and the Pulsating Mass, which is, like, a really cool, like, indie RPG. I would like to play more Your Turn to Die, which is, like, an awesome, like, visual novel type thing. Video games are good. I feel like if you dedicate so much of your time to only playing video games you don't like, then, like, you're just gonna end up hating the hobby. And that's what it is. Video games are a hobby. I guess for some people it's like a job, but, like, if your job is, like, playing video games, like, it should, at the very least, be, like, fun for you, you know? You shouldn't, like, make it your duty to only play stuff that sucks. Indie games are great. You know, there's this really cool one that just came out that's called... I could not tell you what the punchline is. There's like 5 separate punchlines that could have been there. That's one of those jokes that has like 5 different punchlines, and I'm not sure which one you were going for. It's called Mario? That's awesome. I think I might like this Mario sensation. But yeah, I don't know. I usually, like, only buy games that I'm, like, pretty sure I'll get some enjoyment out of. Spend so much time scrolling through itch just looking for weird creative shit people have made because people are creative and that's awesome. Literally. There's so much cool shit out there. What I will say, I think this is the thesis overall. Don't limit yourself to like one like company's video games or like one type of video game. Like I think that the Wii U and 3DS era were very important for me because they made me realize that sometimes Nintendo puts out things that suck and just aren't very good and I don't like them. And I skipped over so many Wii U games, and you know what I did instead? I got into PC gaming. I got into, like, Valve's cool shit, or their old cool shit. They don't really do much these days. I got into, like, indie stuff. I played Undertale. That was, like, it's, like, a little cliche at this point, but, like, Undertale was, like, a very deeply important game for me. I fucking loved that game when it came out, and I still do to this day. I've always been an Undertale defender. When the whole internet decided that Undertale was cringe, I was its strongest warrior. I was like, no, it's actually awesome, though. You guys don't get it. Just went on itch.io to find a game called Poop Killer 2. That's what life is all about, baby. Dude, we should, like... I feel like I'm kind of ripping this idea off. I think, like, someone in Sludge had, like, a similar idea that they did at some point. I want to do, like, a stream where, like, with those, like, big bundles and such from itch.io, we do, like, a roulette wheel, and we just, like, play whatever game comes up. Because there's so many games I, like, got from that bundle that I'm just like, dude, what if we just, like, played that, though? I have to have, like, 2,000 plus games on itch.io just from, like, it was the Black Lives Matter bundle from 2020, and then it was the, Ukraine bundle from recently. Did I get another one? Was there one in 2021 that I got? I don't know, those might be the only 2 I got. But those were, like, big bundles for good causes, and they probably got, like, a crazy amount of, like, good games in there that I just have not played. And, I mean, to be fair, in my defense, like, for those 2 specific, like, things, the fact that I was getting, like, a shit ton of video games wasn't really the point, you know? Like, it's cool that I got a shit ton of video games, but when it came to, like, putting in the money, like, the point was, like, that I wanted these causes to have the money, rather than just, you know, oh, if I donate, like, $5, I'll get, like, 1 million video games? That's, like, even more video games than I have anywhere else. But I still would like to get to some of those games at some point. There's gotta be some good shit in there. Dude, I don't understand how I was in, like, a super populated game, and now we're just in a game with, like, 2 other people. Did the fucking Funky Kong, like, disconnect? I am so sorry, Bowser, I just robbed you. Me? I guess I'm also just at a point where, like, not necessarily, like, all positivity, like, resonates with me, but, like, generally I would rather hear, like, an impassioned rant from a fan rather than just, like, you know, the usual, like, YouTube crowd. Like, the wonder of Itch for You is there's so many games that are just like, oh, here's some incomprehensibly niche inside joke between you and a particular group of friends that no one will understand, and it's just there to look into and it makes you smile. Hell yeah. Like, very recently, I watched, like, a 4.5-hour video essay on No More Heroes 3, and it was, like, it was not, like, all, like, super positive. Like, the dude didn't just, like, jerk the game off or anything, but he had a lot to say, and it was, like, all very, like, insightful stuff and, like, good commentary, and just, like, I enjoyed it a lot. It was very clearly coming from a passion for, like, No More Heroes as a franchise, talking about what No More Heroes 3 does well for the franchise, what it did poorly, how it stacks up against the other games. It's just like a joy to watch, you know? And it came from someone who was not only a No More Heroes fan, but also a fan of, like, those Kill the Past games in general. It was just a lot of fun to watch. That's the kind of shit I can watch for 4.5 hours, just a very analytical take on these games. I can't do, like, the 20-minute rant, like, is this the worst game ever? I don't know, we need to shift topic, because I feel like I'm just kind of repeating myself at this point. How are you guys doing? Hope you're all doing well. And for real, I fucking love this hobby, and, like, I think if, like, I ever got jaded by, like, a particular aspect of the industry, like, I would just, like, shy away from that. Because me personally, as, like, a sort of entertainer, I feel like my streams are better when I'm having, like, fun. I feel like, I don't know, sometimes when I get, like, a little tilted at games, it's, like, a little funny. But for the most part, I'm like, yeah, streams are probably better if I'm, like, enjoying myself. Getting sucked back into Final Fantasy XIV, girl, help. Dude, all my friends are, like, super into, like, Final Fantasy XIV right now. The mod team is, like, in shambles, because whenever my mods are around, they're playing Final Fantasy XIV. They're having fun, though, which makes me happy. I'm glad that my friends are having fun with Final Fantasy XIV. I got 0 points. My microphone fell. I don't know if I'd ever play Final Fantasy XIV. You too? You're playing while you listen and watch? It's addicting. It's addicting. Final Fantasy XIV has, like, a insane property where, like, you get into it and it's just, like, your life. I guess it's just, like, the MMO, like, grind. Like, those are, like, extremely long games. a bunch of your friends are playing it and you just sat there like, oh, I want to hang out with my friends. I understand. I do think that, like, the fact that Final Fantasy XIV is, like, so popular right now is, like, kind of, like, besmirching the name of Final Fantasy for a lot of people. And it's just like, dude, like, I hate to say it, it's almost, like, a little contrarian. Although, I gotta be honest, like, modern Final Fantasy is nothing to, write home about for the most part. I think, like, one of the more critically acclaimed Final Fantasies of, like, the past, like, decade is, like, a remake of Final Fantasy VII. We'll see how good 16 is, to be fair. But, like, from what I can tell, like, 11 kind of didn't go that far. That was also a MMO. Like, 12 and 13 people aren't super fond of. 15 was kind of rushed. But just now you have, like, people online who are like, dude, Final Fantasy fans are so annoying. And it's like, tell me you've only interacted with Final Fantasy XIV without telling me you've only interacted with Final Fantasy XIV. Also, hi Atticus, welcome. We are in Mario's car. And even if you've only interacted with Final Fantasy XIV, like, I feel like you can't just make the judgment call for, like, the entirety of Final Fantasy. If there are people from the 14 team on 16, that alone makes you hopeful for it. You've only interacted with Final Fantasy XIV, you arrived just in time. I just mean, like, people online who, like, talk about, like, oh, I'll never play, like, a Final Fantasy game, or, like, oh, Final Fantasy fans are so cringe, and, like, their only exposure is, like, Final Fantasy XIV. And it's like, come on, man. It's funny how you forget that Final Fantasy 15 even exists. Final Fantasy 15 has, like, its niche of people who really liked it, but it does kind of, like, from what I can tell, like, people kind of struggle with it, because, like, it definitely, like, gives off the vibes of a rushed game. MMORPG cringe. What? Words by people who play gacha games? True! Dude. If you play Genshin Impact, I'm telling you, you have no right to disrespect the Final Fantasy XIV players. That's all I'm saying. Like, listen, you're allowed to like Genshin Impact, but, like, if you're like dissing the Final Fantasy XIV fans, like, that's your cousin. That's your fucking cousin. That's like if me, as, like, a Fire Emblem fan, all I did was, like, go on stream and say, like, yeah, like, Persona is, like, the worst shit in the world. Like, I don't like Persona, but I would be a little bit of a hypocrite if I only talked about how bad Persona is, and then I go on stream later and I'm like, guys, Fire Emblem Three Houses is, like, actually good, though. Trust me. Actually, you're not allowed to like Genshin Impact. Your eyes shoot lasers and killed you. Won't go into this much, but you got begged by Genshin Impact fans for playing Final Fantasy XIV. Dude, like, how are you? You can't play Genshin Impact and be pretentious. Being a pretentious video game fan, like, relies on you being, like, a huge indie head, and not just, like, the popular indie games. Like, you can't be into, like, shit like Celeste and Hollow Knight. You have to be in some shit that, like, nobody's ever heard of, like Scrumblow's, like, 3D Quest. And you're like, it's actually one of the most complicated stories that anyone's ever told. Like, that's the kind of person who has the right to be, like, super pretentious. Dude, Genshin Impact is, like, one of the biggest video games in the world. How are you gonna be pretentious playing one of the most popular video games in the world? It's like if you played Fortnite and you were, like, super, like, pretentious about other, like, fucking, Battle Royale games. I forgot what they were called for a second. And, like, listen, I shit talk games that I don't like in private a lot. My friends can testify for this. I'm usually, like, the kind of person who, like, shit talks, like, games I don't like. But if I'm, like, on stream and I'm, like, in a public space, like, I don't do it. I don't go out of my way to, like, provoke people like that. That's not what I'm into. If I need to vent about a video game that I don't like, I'll talk about it later. I'm not gonna talk about it on stream and, like, be like, oh, you're an idiot if you like this game. That's why I'm being, like, generally kind about Genshin Impact. Genshin Impact is, like, a video game that I don't like, and I don't like the gacha mindset. But usually if I talk about that kind of thing, I go for, like, the general gacha space rather than, like, a specific game. Because I think, like, gacha games as a concept kind of fucking suck. But just, I don't consider myself a very pretentious person. I feel like I'm the kind of person that can kind of just get into anything. Honestly, a lot of the games that I, like, think, like, oh, I probably wouldn't like this, I probably would play it and enjoy it a lot. If I was, like, a PlayStation head, I bet I'd, like, enjoy a lot of those, like, big AAA games that are, like, constantly coming to it. I might, like, at this point, I would probably miss the cartoon dog shit I get here, but, like, would I pretend like I'm immune to, like, the newest Spider-Man? Probably not. I would probably think that game's dope as fuck if I could play it. And honestly, as I, like, get a job, I probably even, like, get some of those other consoles. I would have to see. I've been genuinely, like, curious about, like, getting a PS4 for a while. If, like, the price is right on, like, eBay or something, I would, like, consider picking one up after I have more of a disposable income. Although I heard that it's, like, harder to stream from them. I don't know what's up with that. That would be annoying, because that would be, like, okay, I'd probably want to, like, stream some of those games. Funny that you got vagued over Final Fantasy XIV because you played Toontown 2. Why was Final Fantasy XIV the limit? I mean, what was, like, the specific vague? Was it just like, oh, this person's playing, like, a MMORPG cringe? Because, I mean, like, Toontown is, like, also a MMORPG, but it's very different in design. You can hear, like, Fergie barking outside. Toontown is culture is the thing. This is true. Ow. I got dead last. I would actually have to see how much, like, a PS4 is on eBay. Because I bet if you bought it from, like, GameStop or something, it'd be, like, too much. You are not immune to funny cartoon dog hijinks, literally. I don't want a PS5! $800 for a new PS5? You're insane. Okay, like, $267? That's a little much. I would probably wait a little bit. Okay, there's, like, a launch console with, Sims 4 for, like, $220. That's not terrible. PS4 white with 2 controllers. What is the difference between the PS4 black and the PS4 white? Are they not, like, the same console? One of them is white and the other one is black? I guess that's true. Exact same console, got it. Okay, yeah, there's one for, like, $200. I would, like, again, I've been, like, applying to a few places. If I got the money, I would, like, probably, like, be like, okay, I got, like, a decent amount of money this month. I might just, like, splurge on, like, a PS4. $200 is not terrible for, like, a console that, like, still runs, like, basically new games, like, I would be missing out on, like, a few things, but, like, not that much. There's not that many, like, quote-unquote next-generation games out yet. Like, we're, like, 2 years into, like, this console generation. It doesn't feel like anything has been, like, the thing to be like, whoa, this is why we needed, like, a new generation of games. At least for me, personally. Like, a lot of the stuff that's coming out on, like, PS5, you can also just get on your PS4. Why do we need, like, a $70 version of The Last of Us? God, I didn't even, like, think about talking about that. Fucking, like, them announcing, like, The Last of Us for PS5. And it's like, oh, but it's, like, updated, so you could pay $70 instead of $60 this time. You know Naughty Dog only made that so they could charge 70 bucks for it. And, like, less people would complain. Like, there's no way, after, like, making The Last of Us and then The Last of Us remastered, like, someone at Naughty Dog was like, okay, so, from the goodness of our heart, we have to remake The Last of Us? Nobody said that. They were in it for the money. The Last of Us is, like, one of the most successful game franchises right now. They make a new version, you get to charge 70 bucks for it, and you're in the money. PS5 really feels to you like it'd just be a PS4 Pro or whatever. It's really, you can just see an extra pore on this character's face. Basically, yeah. Like, I'm not looking to spend $500 on a new console that, like, barely has anything right now. And, like, just to play PS4 games better, like, dude, I don't even have a PS4 right now. I would like to. Again, like, it's something I'm, like, genuinely considering, but, like, come on. If I, like, got a PS4, like, for anybody who does have a PS4 or is, like, vaguely familiar with some of the PS4 library, what are some, like, good shit that I should get? I want to get, like, Spider-Man. I want to get, like, God of War. But what's some of the heavy hitters? Oh fuck! Wait, I could play Genshin Impact on there, and then I could play that instead of Final Fantasy 14, and I could win an internet argument about it. Hi, Roxy. She's right next to me. Why are we playing Toad's Factory again? Make Unboxo Man in Final Fantasy 14? Can I, like, do that? Can you make, like, a skeleton in Final Fantasy 14? Yeah, why are we playing Toad's Factory again? We just played this, like, 2 matches ago? Final Fantasy 14 is on PS4, I'm pretty sure. Theoretically, I could play that. Could probably do the mask. That works. That works, I think. That's what he would have wanted. Let's go. We all agree if I got a PS4, I would have to buy the PS4 version of Sonic Forces. Skeleton face paint from Halloween. Okay, tell me when Final Fantasy 14 is doing their Halloween event, and I'll play. And then once I get the skeleton face paint and I make Unboxo Man, I'll never play it again. Not out of any malice, just because I don't know if I'm particularly interested in getting into a big MMORPG. I'm definitely, like, the kind of person that likes short games or, like, arcadey games. Don't want to make you promise that as someone who owns Sonic Forces Deluxe Edition on PS4. That'd be fine, I could use my third copy of Sonic Forces. I have the Switch version, I have the Steam version. I need more Sonic Forces in my life. Dude, I could get Jump Force 2, and then on my shelf I could put Jump Force next to Sonic Forces. I need to, like, look up what are, like, the big PS4 games. Like, dude, I found, like, used PS4 bundle with, like, 6 bids. It's, like, all dog shit games they got on it. Like, dude, do I really want to play, like, Madden 19? Star Wars Battlefront 2? The Great Force Duology? Literally. Up to 12 players? That'd be pretty sick. PS4 games. Horizon Forbidden West is like $65? Jesus. Oh, Elden Ring. I thought Elden Ring was PS5 only for some reason. That would be cool. I don't know if I'd be good at Elden Ring, though. I don't really like open world games either. I like my open world games silly. I would probably enjoy, like, Grand Theft Auto, but not, like, Elden Ring. Like, a game like that is better for me if it's, like, a sandbox. For me to just, like, play around in. I need my open world game to have the features of Gary's mod. That's what it comes down to, I think. Yeah, they got the 2 Spider-Man games. I would be down for that. Ah, Detroit Become Human. Come on. Grow up. I'm not playing that shit. Bloodborne? Maybe. Dude, the RE2 remake? I would be down for that. Dude, these are, like, very cheap, too. I feel like if I wanted to, like, get a PS4, like, it would be much less expensive than, like, maintaining my current, like, Switch shelf. Like, there's so much shit coming out in the next 2 months that are, like, so much. And, like, you know this shit's never gonna go on sale. But, like, all these PS4 games, like, some of the best games of this generation, they're all, like, $20. Except Final Fantasy VII Remake, apparently this is still going for $60. What is the #1 PS4 game? God of War. I always knew Kratos had it in him. Thank you, IGN, for telling me. But yeah, I might do that at some point. I might actually, like, once, like, I get money, I might just, like, buy a PS4. Which is, like, what, like, insane character growth from, like, when I first started streaming on this channel. Like, in 2019, you would have never caught me saying, like, I want to buy a PS4. But now I'm just like, no, yeah, it looks cool. It's got, like, some cool stuff on there now. I would get that. Now like, we've come so far. Now I get to be a contrarian about the PS5. Like, no, I don't want a PS5. Are you kidding me? It's me or the PS5. Tell me which of us is more your type. Seems like you can't decide. Classic Morgan. It's me or the PS4. True. True, though. Oh, God. And you know what? You know what? I'm even gonna say it. Like, me, like, being so against the PS4 for a while, Not that it wasn't kind of warranted early on, because honestly, like, the launch library of that console is not great. No PlayStation really does have a fantastic launch lineup. But, like, I would say once you start getting to, like, 2016, 2017, you start getting some, like, certified bangers on there. I had no excuse in 2019. My only excuse was that I still had hurt feelings from the fact that, like, I got a Wii U, and the Wii U was, like, a way worse console. Why was I celebrating? I didn't even get top half. Like, the PS4 is, like, the undisputed winner of last generation. Like, I'm sorry to all the, like, Wii U devotees, especially because I was one of you. Like, the Wii U did not do great, and like it had some good games, but they're much more sparse than like a lot of other Nintendo consoles. Even the GameCube, which also did not do like great numbers for Nintendo, like that had like better exclusives than the Wii U, I feel. But to be fair, the Wii U was like an experience, though. It was an experience. And I'm playing on one right now. I can't shit talk it too much. Being able to play, like Wii games in widescreen, that's not bad. But, like, I mean, the most Wii U games I ever owned was, like, 5 or 10. And right now I own, like, 5. Partially just because, like, all of the Wii U games I would have bought, they just came to the Switch or, like, other consoles. Or it's like, shit I don't have interest in, like, I don't know. I like, got, like, Xenoblade Chronicles Definitive Edition. Do I care enough about the Xenoblade series to play whatever Xenoblade X is? I don't know if I do. I haven't even played that much Xenoblade Definitive Edition yet. Which I should, because fucking Xenoblade 3 comes out next month, and I want to play that. That looks fun. Was the 3DS during that generation? Because if so, that's kind of a top contender. That's true. Okay. The 3DS was, like, pretty good. It's not my favorite console by a long shot, and definitely, like, not one of my favorite Nintendo handhelds, but the 3DS has, like, a pretty solid, like, first-party lineup. My main problem with the 3DS is that it just kind of feels like a mixed bag. It feels like it has some of the best entries in some of the franchises that were on there, and then it also has some of, like, the most mediocre. Like, you had shit like Fire Emblem Echoes, which was great. You had, like, Kid Icarus Uprising. You got, like, Metroid Samus Returns, which was, like, a good return to form. And then you had, like, Paper Mario Sticker Star and, like, New Super Mario Bros. 2, which are, like, okay. Honestly, they just kind of didn't do that much great on the 3DS with Mario. Like, oh, do you want to play the Mario Party, the top 100? No. I've never said that sentence in my life. Until I had to say it to myself. But the 3DS was really good. I might just be a little peeved at the 3DS, because my original 3DS, which I got, like, year 1, it broke. It got the black screen of death, and I was never able to use it again. I had to get, like, a 2DS to replace it. Because it was like, alright, it's cheap, and I want to be able to play 3DS games again. Good game. Oh, hi, Puffy Buffy, 25. Hello. Wait, were you in the game? Hell yeah. Oh, hi, Roxy. Oh, you are! Oh, hi! Welcome to the stream. Thank you. Best Mario representation on the 3DS is probably 3D Land. Yeah, I would probably agree with that. I can't think of what else it would be. Like, Dream Team is okay. But contender for, like, best Mario game on that system? I don't know. 3D Land probably beats out Dream Team. And I feel like Dream Team isn't one of the more beloved entries in the Mario and Luigi franchise. Like, I like it, but I also never played, like, Superstar Saga. Dream Team and Mario Kart 7 are pretty okay. Yeah. I didn't play too much 7. I feel like... Well, it's not my least played Mario Kart. Not by a long shot, but, like, compared to, like, Wii and 8, I didn't play a crazy amount of Mario Kart 7. Got Brooklyn. It almost felt a little bit like Mario Kart 7 was, like, a holdover until 8 came out. Because 8 is just, like, a better version of 7, basically. Like, 8 hits, like, all the same beats as 7, but, like, better. Uh-oh. I don't think I could beat Brooklyn, but that's fine. I got second. Pretty much was, yeah. Like, Mario Kart 7 is, like, one of the most fine video games to come out, but it kind of suffers from that problem of just, like, a newer entry just kind of does what it does, but better. It's like going from Smash 4 to Smash Ultimate. Like, Smash Ultimate is just the better Smash 4. It hits, like, basically all the same beats. I think it was made in, like, a similar or, like, the same engine. Don't pick Ghost Valley again. Oh, Waluigi Stadium, why not? Fergus is barking. He's upsetting Roxy. Right, Roxy? Again, my dogs are very upset because my parents are out of town right now. They went to a wedding upstate. I have no idea how we're gonna get, like, Fergus to bed tonight. He's gonna be, like, barking up a storm all day. The poor thing. He's also a little picky, to be honest. Like, I remember the week I did the Fates charity marathon, I had all the doggies, like, sleeping in my room. And, like, Fergus was the hardest one. I think straight up the first day, like, I was home alone with them all. Like, Fergus refused to sleep in my room. He, like, stuck downstairs. But the second, like, after the second day, I was able to get him up, but he was, like, a little more stubborn about it. Lost? Sad? It's fine, though. I only lost, like, 20 VR. I'll take a 20 dip. We got Dad in the game. Keep going, Waluigi Stadium. We're playing Yoshi Falls again? Give it up for Yoshi Falls, everyone. Yoshi will fall one more time in this year's, like, big blockbuster. Dude, I forgot that the Mario movie is a thing again. Can we talk about the Super Mario movie starring Chris Pratt as Super Mario? Wasn't there, like, a thing that came out where the movie, like, tested really badly? Or am I making that shit up? I mean, we had the news recently that a 1-2 Switch sequel was made, and it's testing very poorly. Which is really funny, because why the hell are they making a 1-2 Switch sequel? It's like in the Wii era when they made, like, Wii Play Motion, like, dude. We already have Wii Play. It's like a fine, fun enough tech demo. Nobody wants to buy a second tech demo. Like, nobody does that. Nintendo, I hate to tell you this, there's not, like, freaks in the world who go out of their way to buy tech demos all the time. Can't wait to see, like, 5 years from now, the exact details of the Mario movie's development hell. Has it been, like, bad behind the scenes? I bet it has been. Also, good game. Good game, Puffy Buffy. Uh-oh. Don't tell me it disconnected me. Okay, we're good. I would actually not be surprised if the Mario movie did go through, like, insane development hell. Because we all know, like, Nintendo's a little bit of, like, a control freak company. They're very protective of Super Mario, so I bet, like, they've been putting Illumination through the ringer. Actually met someone in college who explicitly went out of his way to play as many tech demos as possible because he just liked them. You know what, though? You know what, though? I just made fun of, like, that kind of guy. We're playing Yoshi Falls again. The third time. I kind of respect that, you know? Just wanting to, like, see, like, oh, what is this tech, like, capable of? I can respect that. That's basically all VR is the tech demo. So, like, I kind of respect the guy who goes out of his way and just wants to play tech demos. Well, my game's lagging. You will look at Yoshi's awesome egg. The 1-2 Switch sequel is for your friend from college in specific, I guess. That's dope. I hope he, like, plays the 1-2 Switch sequel and he thinks it's, like, awesome. I hope he thinks it's, like, the most awesome tech demo possible. I hope he thinks it's even better than Final Fantasy VII technical demo for PlayStation 3. That has to be, like, top 5 funniest moments in history. Is, like, Sony, like, showing, like, the opening cutscene of Final Fantasy VII in, like, HD during, like, their E3 press conference. And getting people, like, hype as fuck, getting, like, oh my god, they're gonna do it, they're gonna remake one of the best games of all time. And then it just shows Final Fantasy VII, technical demo. And then everybody at that E3 probably, like, pissed themselves. It was probably, like, the worst day of their lives. They probably all went home, went back to their computers and all complained, like, dude, I was there. I was in the audience. I thought they were actually doing it, and all they gave us was a fucking tech demo that was just meant to show off the graphics of the PS3. And I mean, granted, they did eventually make a Final Fantasy VII remake. It's not done yet, but they have. It's just so funny. This is why I miss E3. I miss when companies, like, just did not do anything properly. We got Waluigi Stadium this time? Let's go. E3, like, Summer Games Fest feels, like, more curated, and also doesn't have, like, you know, as much of the company ego, because it's like general different companies. Summer Games Fest is not one company. It's like a bunch of companies in like one presentation. Or I guess like some get their own presentation, some don't. It's like weird. I miss like E3 where like Bethesda thought they were cool enough to have an entire presentation of their own, and all they had to show off was Fallout 76. Yeah, we should do Yoshi Falls again. Final Fantasy VII tech feels like it should have caused an actual riot. I bet it did back in like 2005. I wouldn't have really been around. I wasn't using the internet when I was like literally 5 years old. But I guarantee like people were fucking pissed when the Final Fantasy VII tech demo happened. I bet there were like riots. And like forum threads at the time were like so pissed. People would be posting on, like, GameFAQs, like, dude, this is the worst day of my life. This is even worse than when Nintendo released the N64 and it used cartridges instead of discs. I don't know why I'm imagining a gamer from, like, the olden, like, the days of, like, 2005 being really upset that Nintendo used cartridges instead of discs. I feel like at that point the ship would have sailed. They would have been complaining about how the GameCube used mini discs instead of regular discs at that point. Okay, I have to tell you guys, like, an insane statistic. And I could not tell you how 100% accurate this is, to be fair. This is based on information I've seen around the internet. And, like, done in my own math that could be completely wrong. So, the year that Final Fantasy came out, or Final Fantasy VII came out, was 1997. It came out in 96 in Japan, but 97 was the worldwide release. In 1997, 16 out of every million babies was named Sephiroth. And then in 1998, 8 in every 1 million babies were named after Sephiroth. So the number for sales I have for Final Fantasy VII at that point would have been like 6 million. By the end of 1998, Final Fantasy VII would have sold like 6 million. Again, these are numbers from the internet. Any one of them could be inaccurate, and it could have just been someone like taking the piss and other people taking them for their word. For that statistic to be true, that would mean that, like, how many, like, babies was it? I would have to find the exact number again, but I need you to know that the amount of people who would have been named Sephiroth was, like, very not insignificant. It was like, theoretically, you could have known a guy like this. Okay, I wasn't able to find it in time for the race. But, like, I think, like, the percentage was something like 2.1% of all people who played Final Fantasy VII would have named their kid Sephiroth. And it has to be specifically people who played Final Fantasy VII, because, like, the statistics for babies named Sephiroth literally only start at 1997. Like, I don't know, like, there are no statistics for any babies beforehand. Sephiroth babies were born. People should have named their kids Buster Sword? True. True, though. Actually, also related, I don't have exact numbers on this, but Aerith, which was Aerith's original name, it was like a mistranslation. Eris is actually, like, still, like, not a super popular, like, baby's name, but it's, like, popular enough where, like, enough people would have named their kid Eris because they heard someone else, like, say that name, and they're like, oh, that's a really cute name. I think I'll also name my baby that. And they don't know. It's like, guys, they literally don't know. But I feel like Eris is definitely a name that could, like, yeah, that, like, passes. That, like, tracks as, like, a baby name that doesn't necessarily have to be, like, a nerdy pop culture reference. And honestly, if I met someone named Eris, I would be like, that's a pretty dope name. To be fair. Wonder how the guy who named his kid Dovahkiin for a lifetime of free Bethesda products is feeling? I bet he really enjoyed his free copy of Fallout 76. To be honest, Fallout 76 is one of the coolest games. My two beautiful sons, Buster Sword and Hell House. So true. Let's do Peach Gardens, why not? Your child will be named Gilgamesh. Gonna name your son Demo Man? I don't know, I don't think I'm at a point in my life where I'm, like, super interested in having a kid, but if I did, what would be, like, a name I would want for my kid? I would name my kid Fergus after the dog. I would be like, you're named after the bravest dog I've ever known. And then my, like, 15-year-old son would be like, you named me after a fucking dog? Regardless of gender, you're naming your child X-Death? That's dope. To be fair, that is supreme dopeness. Dude, this guy's me is so happy. Did you see that me? That was the smilingest me of all time. You couldn't create a happier me if you tried. Naming your child Kefka because they were born a clown. If you were a school bully, you would not mess with a kid named X-Death? No, literally. Like, if someone said, like, and that's, like, X-Death, insert last name here, I'd be like, I'm not fucking with that kid, are you crazy? Got a nice clean second, I'll take it. I had to cheese a little bit with items, but that's fine. You gotta do what you gotta do. I can't even tell what's, like, going on with my VR right now. TS Yoshi Falls do be the pinnacle of game design, true. True. I respect the choice. Go Peach Gardens. I like this one guy who chose the question mark stage where his Mii looks vaguely like Medic TF2. He's like a little bit in the shape of Medic TF2. Mr. Munchakoopa's Wild Ride, literally. N64 Mario Raceway, let's go. I should get on Custom Track GP at some point. Because, like, the Mario Kart Wii default tracks are really good. I would say this is, like, one of the most solid lineups of tracks in the series. But, like, it is also a game from, like, 15 years ago. Like, I've definitely played these courses a million times. Yeah, he's like a Medic TF2 adjacent kind of guy. How, like, hard is it to set up custom track GP? Does anyone know? Do we have any Mario Kart Wii heads who know? It's okay. That gave me a good lead for a bit. Can't complain about that. The mercs from TF2 are all special genres of guy, literally. Dude, I need Valve to just, like, solve the bot crisis so I can, like, stream a shit ton of TF2 and not feel like, oh, okay, so I have, like, a roulette wheel of whether or not I'll get into a good or bad game. Like, I just want to be able to open up TF2 on stream and, like, guarantee that we'll have, like, 4 hours of, like, good fun. And they acknowledged it. They acknowledged it on Twitter, like, a couple weeks ago. We've heard, like, nothing since. Which is, like, typical Valve. At least people have been quick about kicking bots most of the time. You've been enjoying it lately. It also depends on what time you're playing, I feel. I feel like the later into the night you're, like, playing TF2, like, the more likely you are to, run into bots. The 2 in TF2 stands for the amount of active developers. True! True, though! Like, dude, there's a fucking reason TF2 is, like, one of my most streamed games. It's, like, top 5 video games that have ever been made. I just wish, like, Valve gave a shit about it anymore. I just want Valve to give it some tender love and care. And I'm not gonna demand that they, like, update it, like, oh, go back to, like, updating it, like, 5 times a year. I think that moment for TF2 has passed. I don't think we're ever gonna get to a point where, like, they're actively, like, doing a bunch of updates a year. But, like, just, like, something to, like, fix the bot crisis would be nice. That's all I'm asking for. Also, if I could stop getting winter crates in, like, the middle of July, that would be pretty sick. They, like, come out with, like, the winter crates, and then that's all you can get forever. We have to get the heavy update eventually. Maybe! I mean, it's never a given. We were supposed to get a Half-Life 3 eventually. They made Half-Life Alyx instead. It's the thing Germa said, it doesn't even have to be updated, it just has to be maintained so people can play it again. The 2 in TF2 stands for the amount of fucks I give. Hashtag true bling. You know, I respect your emotional honesty because most people would be like, I don't give any fucks. But it takes like a real respectable person to say, I give some fucks, but it's not a lot. Because, like, saying you don't give a fuck about anything is just a pure lie. But yeah, but, like, if that's what Germa said, like, I 100% agree. Like, TF2 is going to have a community basically forever. Like, TF2 still has as active of a player base as it, like, literally ever has. TF2 has never really had a significant dip in, like, player count. If anything, like, the recent updates bring in more people. Like, you see, like, a Scream Fortress, and there's, like, over 100,000 people playing. So, like, definitely, like, if Valve just, like, did something about, like, the bots, like, TF2 would be, like, a very healthy, like... Yeah, it'll only get more active once bots aren't much of a problem. You'll probably even get a lot of old heads, like, coming back, being like, finally, that, like, Valve gives a shit again. TF2 is, like, old enough where, like, it's, like, nostalgic to people. Like, insanely so. Like, people who don't play TF2, like, think about it and they're like, oh, man, I remember TF2. That game was fantastic. And, like, they probably, like, some of them would probably consider going back, but then they get stopped because they either, like, join a game and they, like, get a million bots, or they, like, hear the stories about a million bots and they're just like, well, I don't really want to deal with that. It's a fucking shame. Like, Tf2 turns 15 this year. That's a... 15 years for an online game to still have, like, a very active and, like, dedicated fan base? That's crazy. I don't think we're gonna see a lot of other games that achieve that kind of status like TF2. Like, some of the old, like, MMORPGs, maybe? But, like, in general, like, online games don't usually have the longevity of 15 years. Fucking Mario Kart Wii here is a weird exception. And it's not even, like, actively supported by the devs. This is, like, fan communities that are keeping this shit alive. It's just a shame. It's just a shame. I hope that one day Valve does something about the bot crisis, but I'm not holding my breath for it, to be honest. Valve is the kind of company that likes to rest on their laurels. Ghost Valley 2? Playing against you has been fun and you enjoy the commentary, so you suppose you'll follow? Oh, thank you if you do. Yeah, I've been having a lot of fun playing against you. Thank you. Thank you, Puffy Buffy. I will forever be mad at Valve for not finishing the TF2 comics. There is no reason that should have been left on a cliffhanger for 5 years. I think the thing that makes you sad about TF2 is less the idea you yourself won't play it again, but that people won't get the chance to experience that very special thing you got to experience a few years ago. Yeah. TF2 was, like, a pivotal game for me. It, like, broadened my horizons beyond, like, Nintendo. It got me into, like, first-person shooters. It, like, got me into, like, online gaming in, like, a more social sense. You know? Like, TF2 is a game that, like, I probably made, like, a lot of friends just based on the fact that I was, like, a TF2 player. It's a very special game. And it's a shame that people won't get to experience that. Like, I've been playing TF2 since, like, 2013. And, like, it was so fun just, like, I would always, like, join this one community server that was running, like, Payload Gold Rush. And I would learn the engineer spots. And, like, that was how I learned the game. And, like, people weren't, like, rude that I was, like, a free-to-play. Like, that was kind of, like, a thing for a bit. Some people were pretentious about, like, the people who were free-to-plays. Thank you, Puffy Buffy, for the follow as well. Thank you. But, like, you know, for the most part, people were very kind. And, like, I had a good time. I had some good laughs. I have some very, like, fond memories associated with TF2. One of my most popular posts online was just, like, a recording I had of this one guy. His name was, like, Atomic Joe. He was just, like, singing sea shanties into the voice chat. It was great. I also recorded a video of him, like, later singing All-Star in the sea shanty voice. It was great. I hope that guy is doing well. It's so fucking awesome. It was. It's one of those unique experiences that I could have only really gotten by playing TF2. I think, like, a big thing, and, like, a big part of TF2's appeal is that it has such, like, casual appeal. Like, I feel like the fact that TF2 is a game that's, like, very easy to just, like, fuck around in is, like, that's part of the appeal. Like, you have an insanely, like, tight, very fun first-person shooter, and you also have, like, one of the greatest social experiences. Like, when when the conga came out, and, like, the kick, and the aerobics, like, you just, every round before it starts, you just get your entire team dancing. It's great. There really just is, like, nothing like it. And I hope that one day, like, Valve gives it, like, the respect it deserves, as it were. Might have been too soon to use it. Nope, it was fine. Let's go. I don't think I'm getting first this race, but I'm doing pretty good right now. Dude, I remember, like, my best friend at the time, in, like, 2013, 2014, we would just chill on, like, trade servers and stuff and, like, fuck around, and we'd, like, learn things about the classes together, and we'd just have a blast of it. This is also the kid I used to play PlayStation All-Stars with, and he got very mad that I was good at Parappa in it. Also same kid, who I went to his house and I played Battlefield for the first time, and I just, like, ran over someone in a tank in a Jeep in that game. Like, I was in a Jeep and I ran over a guy who was in a tank. I actually won that race, let's go. Morgan's comeback? GG. Pinto Bean. I like the username Pinto Bean. Can't win them all? That's true. Mario Kart is ruthless. No matter how good you get, sometimes it just takes a little bit of bad luck, and you just, you know, you get a little screwed over. It happens. Most of your time in TF2 as a kid was spent messing around in trade servers, and actually learning and playing the game lately has been super fun. Hell yeah. That's the thing, there's, like, so much you can do in TF2. You can just fuck around, or you could, like, play one of the most solid shooters to ever come out. There's just really nothing like it. I feel like, going into a game that I'm not super fond of, like, I feel like that's something that, like, Overwatch missed, that it almost could have captured. I feel like if Overwatch didn't try to be, like, a super serious esport, it could have captured a lot of that, like, silly fun of TF2. Because already there were some, like, pretty silly characters. You had, like, Winston, who's a monkey from the moon. But just, like, they wanted to lean in on the esports stuff. And it was a shame because that game was really fun, like, early on. But then it was just like, ugh. A lot of your TF2 experience was in the Mario Kart map, fucking around as a little Brazilian girl, learning so many English swears. That's awesome. Dude. Genuinely, that makes me so happy. Learning English swears from playing TF2. That's, like, ideal. If I wasn't, like, American and, like, my, like, first language wasn't English, that's how I would want to learn, to be honest. That's how I would want to learn, like, the swears of English. That's how I'd want to hear fuck for the first time. It's how I'd want to hear cunt for the first time. That sounds ideal, honestly. Although, granted, I don't know if those swears were lobbied at you. Sometimes people online can be a little cruel, but... like, still, that sounds ideal to me. Overwatch also just kept adding characters, which IMO isn't great for newcomers or balanced. Yeah. Tf2 just, like, introducing, like, new weapons and stuff was definitely, like, a better system. Like, adding new characters to something like Overwatch is definitely better for the marketing. You know, you can be like, oh, here's, like, a new recognizable face from this franchise. And it's like, whoa, that's, like, a new guy. But when you, like, actually apply that to, like, a game design perspective, it becomes a little bit of a logistical nightmare. Like, think about something like League of Legends. That shit has, like, 160 characters. I've never played League of Legends. I can't imagine ever trying it, because, like, what the fuck? Where would I even start? That's insanity. What's worse is you remember sometimes they would be aimed at you, but since you just very clearly did not understand, they'd drop the act and be like, oh, this word means this, and that was genuinely nice. That's kinda funny. That's a little funny, but also, like, damn. They'd literally be like, God, this fuckhead, and you'd be like, what's a fuckhead? And they'd be like, oh, shit, a fuckhead is, like, a guy who's, like, not great. And you're like, wow. I'm an Englishman. I have an English degree, and I could not explain fuckhead that well, apparently. That was the best I could give. I hope the guys in TF2 explain that better. Literally turned it into a learning experience. I could make a little bit of a comeback. Could probably beat out this guy. Let's go. 4th. I'll take it. Not terrible. Dude, my dogs are barking so much. What's going on out there? Couple of guests in the game. That's honestly, like, really cool that, like, some people who are still playing this game, like, get, like, a friend or, like, maybe a sibling along, and they're just like, hey, let's play some online for a bit. Oh, Roxy is back. Hi! Why are you whining? What is your problem? Come here! Ended up disconnecting. If anyone ever wants to race again, your tag is... Hell yeah. I have to, like, add people on the Wii. Does that, like, still work with Wii U? Or is that Wii U code? I have no idea. Nintendo codes are confusing a little bit. Roxy loves the bone. Hey. I'm, like, using it to distract her. Okay, didn't work. Distraction failed. I tried my best. Works? Hell yeah. Okay. I talked about TF2, which is probably my favorite, like, online game experience. I have a question for chat. What is the worst, like, online game experience you've had? Like, you got this, like, online game. Dude, they're barking so much. I can barely, like, hear my own thoughts. What is the worst online gaming experience you've ever had? Whether it's just because the game was dog shit, or just, like, people were being really toxic or whatever. I'm curious. That would be hard for me to think of. It's like the worst online experience I've ever had in a game. Fucking Roblox, funnily enough. Oh, I can imagine. There's probably like a crazy amount of stories like associated with Roblox. Cause that's just like public servers, and you can like get like in a game with like little kids, and they don't know any better. Roblox is a PvP enabled zone at all time. I can imagine. I've seen the one image of the guy at like the comedy club, and he says, "Boy, you think you funny, but look at your hairline. It'd be looking like the McDonald's symbol." If that happened to me, I would freak out. You got insulted for not wanting to play TF2 once. That's harsh. That's too much. Like, listen, I love TF2. I would never insult someone who doesn't want to play TF2. They're just not gonna jive with everyone. Yeah, I'm trying to think. This is actually, like, a hard question that I bring up because I have to, like, think, like, what's the worst experience I've ever had? And, like, honestly, like, the TF2 bot crisis is, like, pretty up there, to be honest. Like, it would make sense that TF2 brought me my best and worst memories, considering how much I played it. Bot crisis is not great. If I'm going based on, like, gameplay, Super Smash Bros. Ultimate was pretty dog shit in terms of the online. Like, that's a fun game to, like, play when you're, like, sitting next to each other on, like, the couch. But, like, the online for that game really is, like, so bad. I can't imagine how many, like, technical problems, like, me and, like, Sienna had when we streamed Smash Ultimate for the DLC. Think playing during the bot crisis is your most heartbreaking online experience? Have big social anxiety in online games, so you tend not to talk, but you're coming out of your shell with Final Fantasy XIV? Hell yeah. That's awesome to hear, genuinely. Like, I feel like online games, like, part of the appeal of them is the social aspect. So it kind of sucks when, like, that kind of thing, like, just doesn't jive with you. And it's, like, hard to get into, and you're afraid of, like, people being, like, toxic and stuff. Rivals of Aether was, by no fault of its own, one of the most miserable online games you've played because everyone else was too good and you just started getting unbelievably frustrated. It induced the mythical gamer rage. I understand. I know quite a few people who are, like, super into, like, fighting games, and they like, get that sometimes. I would almost compare, like, the fighting game rut, where just, like, you keep getting, like, paired up with people who are just, like, way out of your league, and you just feel like you're not improving. I would compare that a little bit to, like, artist block. Obviously, like, being good at a fighting game and, like, artist block is, like, two very different phenomenons, but I feel like it gives you that same, like, frustrated feeling of, like, what am I doing wrong? I don't get it. I don't feel like I'm improving. You know what I mean? Am I just, like, talking out of my ass? Or can, like, the artists in the crowd confirm that, like, that's, like, an apt comparison? Gotta be player. Makes sense? You can see it? Okay. Good, because I don't like to make comparisons that are just like, what if this thing was like video games, though, and then have it not even be true? Zoned out for half of that, but it sounded right? Okay, that's good. Hello, Evil and Eviler. First-time chatter, welcome. There's a very similar sort of smacking your head against the wall and just getting nothing out of it energy. Yeah. Because, I mean, I feel like for artist block, a lot of the times when I see it, it is, like, a lot of, like, my artist friends who are like, I just feel like I'm not improving, I feel like my art's not good enough. That's typically, like, the feeling I, like, associate when I see, like, artist block. Not so much just, like, the feeling of, oh, man, I don't know what to draw, but, like, also the sensation of, like, trying very hard to draw, but just, like, nothing you're doing is, like, coming out in the way you want it to. Exactly that, yeah. I mean, I get it. I am a writer, mostly as a hobby, but I am a writer. So, like, I get that writer's block sometimes, and it just sucks. I'm very grateful, like, during college, I was rarely ever, like, hit super hard with, writer's block. I feel like most of my papers were pretty good. It's also, like, you don't want to even draw because it's too much effort for you. Mm-hmm. I understand that. And, I mean, it is, like, something you have to be, like, very disciplined to do, also. To be fair, it is a lot of effort. And, like, if you're just not feeling it, if you don't feel, like, super confident, or just it's not something you're, like, interested in doing right now, you're just not gonna do it. Because it's like, why am I gonna put in all that effort for, like, these very small gains? I like this one person's name who's the happy face. I think one of these days, if I wanted to, like, go insane, I could probably become, like, a YouTube video essayist. Like, doing essays on video games. But I would have to, like, go crazy first. Because that seems like a lot of work. Mainly, like, the video editing aspect of it. I would probably be fine doing, like, big write-ups on, like, video games and stuff, and, like, talking about stuff I'm passionate about. But then I get to the point where I have to edit a video together, and I'm just like, ah, fuck. You're joking. Also, I would make my shit, like, as detestable to the algorithm as possible, because, like, dude, I'm not feeding into that shit. I'm not gonna go out of my way to find, like, the perfect thumbnail title combo. I do not care. It's not happening. But, I mean, I did it once. I did it once for a college class. I made a video essay out of a essay I wrote about Celeste. And, like, that went over very well in the class. I remember one girl got, like, really emotional and, like, cried during it. And, like, being able to elicit that kind of emotion while I was just talking about a video game I really liked and how it, like, touched me, like, that really meant something special to me. I think I would, like, doing, like, video essays and stuff, that would probably be fun for me in, like, the writing stage, and then for the video editing stage, I'd be like, just get it done. Just get it done. Oh, I wanted the mushroom. At least it didn't activate while I was over the pit. That would have sucked. Apologies also, I'm rambling a little bit. It's a rambling kind of night. Mario Kart, like, is also, like, a pretty good just, like, turn off my brain kind of game. just, like, activate the autopilot a little bit. Because it's like, I know these maps. I don't have to, like, think about these maps because I know them. The point at which the effort put into the project is more than the enjoyment out of it is when a lot of blocks happen, which makes sense. That's how the brain functions with dopamine. Yeah. Yeah. 100%. And, like, to an extent, like, everybody's gotta do a little bit of what they love, you know? You could be a hard worker, and, like, you'll still get, like, burnt out to hell if, like, you're not, like, into your line of work at all. I'll take getting that right at the end. Makes me get there a little faster. Third place is not terrible. Fergus is still barking. Fergus! Let me see if calling him helps. Oh, Roxy came. I didn't call for you. I didn't call for you, silly. You want the bone? Take it. Do not drop that. That'll make, like, an insane sound. Do you know how loud that'll be? I'll get banned from... Roxy, what did I just say? You dumb animal. Oh, she's climbing on me. Oh, hi, Roxy. She's upset. Fergus is upsetting her with his barking. What's wrong, Roxy? Oh, there we go. We have Peach's garden this time. I'm not even, like, a huge Peach's garden head, but I, like, thought about it, and I was like, yeah, I could play some Peach's garden. We love our little Roxy. She has a lot more energy than Fergus does, but she's actually, like, quieter than him for sure. She's like a weird little paradox. Like, she'll, like, grumble and mumble at you and be like, give me pets. But she's not as much of a barker as Fergus. And Fergus is a very lazy dog. If he's not barking, he's probably sleeping. But once he starts barking, like, it's very hard to get him to stop. Like, I don't even know what the hell he's barking at like 8:30 at night. Must have been like a single guy who walked by the house, and Fergus was just like, that cannot stand. He does. He loves being like a big old sausage. It's a little Beagle Basset mix. Like, his favorite activities are lounging and barking. These are the two things he does. Oh, and sniffing. He loves to go into the backyard and sniff a bunch, and then he doesn't come in for, like, 30 minutes. And it's like, Fergus, come inside. And but he's still exploring. He is. He's very cute. I love him. It's a little annoying that he's been barking this much, but I love him to death. Either he noisy or he snoozy. This is true. This is 100% true about Fergus. He probably barks so much, he, like, tires himself out, and then he's just like, alright, I did my time, I'm gonna go to bed now. It's an honest job. This is true. Listen, if nothing else, like, Fergus barking so much probably ensures that most robbers would be like, I'm not going to that house. That dog sounds crazy. and they won't even know that he's just, like, a big, like, lovable sausage guy. Like, Fergus has no contempt in his heart. If you, like, meet him in real life, like, he'll probably, like, snuggle up right next to you. He's so nice. Roxy, on the other hand, she would probably hate you on first encounter. She would definitely, like, bark at you and be very rude. But Fergus is not like that. Fergus loves new people. But Roxy is just like, who is this person I've never seen before? Who the hell is this guy? My brother, who lives in, I think, the Bronx. Like, he doesn't visit very often because he's, like, decently far and he works, like, a pretty hectic job. But when he does visit, like, Roxy gets so pissed off. She hates him. Yeah, just the need to make some noise, true. If the robbers do enter the house, he'll activate Fergus B. What level do I want to play? Do Maple Treeway. Maple Treeway is like a very aesthetically nice level. Honestly, like, Roxy is, like, not a big dog, but she could stop a robber. Like, she's a little ball of anger. Thank you, Evil and Eviler, for the follow. She would absolutely attack a guy. I do not think she would give a shit like that. Fergie emote. I love Fergie emote. You guys gotta remind me, I was gonna replace the Reggie emote with the one dog with the question mark. Because I don't really see anybody use the Reggie emote, and I feel like we would get a lot of use out of the question mark dog. Especially when I just say something on stream that everyone is just like, what the hell are you saying, Morgan? What are you watching? Literally. We could do that! We could do that, and then when we do the Flipnote movie night tomorrow, you can just, like, send that when something weird happens in a Flipnote. Oh my god. We gotta do that. We gotta do that. Oh my god. Movie night? Yeah, tomorrow on stream, I'm gonna, like, go through the, Flipnote Haytena archive, and we're just gonna watch a bunch of Flipnotes on stream. I think it's gonna be a lot of fun. Although I have to be careful navigating a little bit, because there's definitely gonna be, like, a lot of copyright and stuff that I otherwise would have been happy to watch. Clears your schedule? Hell yeah. I'd love to see you there. And that goes for anyone. If you're, like, interested in at all in, like, watching a bunch of old Flipnotes, I know what we're starting with. I want to start with the one obscure, like, Flipnote series, like, Total Drama Haytena. Because I rewatched that series recently, and it felt like the perfect encapsulation of, like, 2010. I was just like, this is how I would describe that year in history. And again, if you're in the Discord, you're free to submit Flipnotes. Or if you're just in, like, chat that night and you have, like, a Flipnote you would like to see on stream, we could do that. Or just, like, if you have any particular creators. Because there's a few creators I could name off the top of my head. There's, like, Fred, there's Gizmo, Luke Guy, who made Total Drama Haytena, Rai Guy. There's a few there. We could probably do those, like, personality things. There's Boss. Boss was the stick figure animator, right? Where he did, like, the badass stick figure fights. That was him, I think. Yep, okay. There are quite a few classic Flipnote guys that we could definitely, like, look into and just watch. And I think it would be fun for, like, those, like, Flipnote personality tests that they have, where it's like, you know, do your own. I answer these questions and tally up your score at the end. We could, like, find some of those. There's a lot of potential. And, like, I was very happy that this Flipnote archive was, like, made, to the point where I threw them a couple bucks. Which is, like, very rare for me to do, but, like, I appreciated, like, that level of archival work so much. It's, like, 12 terabytes of, like, 40 million Flipnotes. That's crazy. I respect that. I respect that level of work, and I'm, like, very glad that someone did the deed. Because Flipnote was definitely, like, a part of a lot of people's childhoods. It was a part of mine. I remember when I got, like, my DSi as a kid, I would, like, go on Flipnote every day. I never got to make my own, because when I wanted to make an account, you had to, like, mail something, and my dad wasn't willing to do it. But regardless, I would, like, still use it. I would still make my own Flipnotes that you can't watch. And I loved it. I really did. I even loved the Pikachu funeral, where Ash died and Pikachu was at his funeral and you had to give stars, otherwise Pikachu would be sad forever. You know? That's an aspect of our culture that just, it was such a product of its time. Was fairly sheltered, so it's cool hearing what other people got into growing up. To be fair, I guess I wasn't that sheltered of a kid, but I wasn't, like, exactly, like, I didn't have a lot of friends. I was mostly, like, I was, like, an internet kid. Like, I joined, like, my first forum at, like, age 9, and I thought I was the shit. Because this forum had, like, an arcade, and, like, I got a bunch of records in the arcade, and I was like, I remember challenging the person who used to have the most records and being like, I bet we could have, like, an epic competition, and the dude was like, you couldn't have, like, DM'd me before making this public? Remember you tried to remake a specific Flipnote and make the sound effects using your own voice, and you were confused that it sounded different because you were a child? That's really funny. Just, like, not understanding anything about, like, making, like, an animation, being like, what the hell? I did that with my voice, but when it went into the program, it didn't do anything? It's just my voice again? What the hell is this? He was supposed to go, the guy was supposed to kick the other guy and be like, wow, what the hell is this? Oh god, and the Flipnote with the red jumpsuit guy kicking the black pants guy. Yeah, the kick one is classic. I don't know if I could name, like, the other default Flipnotes off the top of my head, but the one with the red jumpsuit guy, I could never forget. That was like a milestone in history. God, Flipnote Studio 3D was kind of a tragedy, wasn't it? Wasn't it like, with Flipnote Studio 3D, there wasn't, like, any actual, like, online servers to, like, upload Flipnotes? Like, you had to send them to your friends or something? Like, it was Swapnote? A little bit, yeah. Because I remember hearing people, like, very disappointed with Flipnote Studio 3D. But also, again, like, the 3DS Wii U era, I wasn't, like, super logged into, like, Nintendo stuff at that point. They don't have very many strong flip note memories, but you remember downloading random flip notes, then slowing them down to hear what people actually sounded like? God, that's really funny. But also, like, I can kind of relate to that. I feel like I did that with, I feel like I did that with, Fred's flip notes. Because he did, like, the song parodies, but he would do them with, like, the sped-up voice. Played Swap Note, but didn't like it that much, so if it's similar to Flip Note 3D, you can't imagine it being that good. Well, Flip Note's very different from Swap Note in general. To be fair, but I heard that, like, distributing Flip Notes was similar to the way that Swap Note did it, which is the part that's like, come on, man. Never quite got used to Flip Note 3D, but you remember not being impressed. It's, like, crazy. There's still, like, a few people online who, like, make Flip Note animations and are, like, decently popular. That was, like, a concerning bark a little bit. He was like, woo! Fergus! Let's see if he cares this time. Nope, here comes Roxy. Roxy, is your name Fergus? Because you seem to come when I call his name a lot. Oh, you're climbing on me. Hi, dog. Hi. Squeaking. Why are you squeaking? What's the matter with you? What? What? Oh. Hi. Stealing his identity? True. What, Roxy? She's so needy. Oh, I'm giving you scratches. You guys remember Miiverse? Talking about, like, older stuff, I just remembered Miiverse again. It, like, makes 100% why in the Switch era, like, Nintendo would rather just prefer you upload to, like, actual social media, because that does better marketing for them than if you use their, like, isolated service. But also, like, man, Miiverse hit different. I miss, like, playing, like, New Super Mario Brothers, and every level I would just, like, in between I would upload a shitty Toad. I would just draw a shitty Toad, and it would be, that would be that. And, like, it would get a couple of yeahs, and it would be awesome. Think constantly about Sonic and Shadow are so cool, I wish hedgehogs were real. I follow Blake, who used to be, like, big on Miiverse, and, like, he made some pretty classic Miiverse posts. He made one that was like, why are Baby Mario and, company driving? Babies should not have their own license. And then someone replied with, well, Yoshi shouldn't be able to drive either, because he's from, like, the fucking dinosaur age. And then he was just like, take it back. Take it back. That one's pretty classic. That's one of my more favorite Miiverse posts. I really like Mario Wii U, where his whole thing was he would just post, like, video game water, and he would be like, great looking water in this game. From what I've heard, that's not the only thing he posted, but it's the most famous thing he posted, was great looking water in this game. I wish we knew where Mario Wii U is today, because I want to hear his thoughts on, like, Switch water. Also, think about the old Mii app a lot. Miitomo! Oh my god, I remember Miitomo. It made me, like, I wish there was, like, a little more to do in Miitomo, to be honest, but, like, it was fun. It was fun for a little bit. And there were some pretty classic moments. It's very texture. True. Miiverse was a failure as social media, but a success in a variety of funny ways. You're right. That's a good way to put it. And, like, social media, probably a big part of why Miiverse got shut down is that social media is extremely expensive to, maintain. That's why you don't exactly see, like, a lot of people go out of their way to make their own social media. Like, you occasionally get, like, a few people, like, making their own, like, alternatives, and they'll find ways to, like, monetize it, but just, like, a company being as successful as, like, a Facebook, for example, like, that shit only happens because they get, like, insane, like, advertising on their sites. Like, you only get to be, like, a super big, super successful social media site if you have, like, advertising firms, like going in spades to your site. Didn't Miiverse last until near the end of the Wii U 3DS generation? Yeah, I think it even lasted a little longer than that. It was, like, from the start of the Wii U generation, probably until, like, 2018, 2019. And selling data? I mean, that's the quiet part, but very true. Nintendo, who can't even afford servers for their actual video game, keeping all of the shitposts that every Miiverse user posts with images attached. I am very behind. Me and Jesus? Or maybe maybe it's pronounced Jesus? But yeah, when did Miiverse shut down? It was, like, a little into the Switch generation. Because I think there was, like, early hope that they would port over Miiverse to the Switch. But I think, like, Splatoon 2 just kind of having, like, the similar Miiverse thing where you could upload drawings to the server, I think that kind of, like, dashed that hope. And I think that was kind of the writing on the wall. Miiverse shut down in 2016? What? I thought it was around for, like, a little bit of the Switch generation. Like, not that much, but 2016 seems too early. November 7th, 2017. Okay, yeah. I figured it survived a little bit into the Switch generation. Yeah, no, in 2016, like, the Wii U still would have been Nintendo's newest console. Although, granted, it was also Nintendo's dying console at that point. Like, dude, 2016 for the Wii U, was there, like, a single good game? And, like, that's not me being facetious, I'm genuinely curious. For anybody who knows, like, the Wii U library, did literally anything come out in 2016? Like, maybe Color Splash? Paper Mario Color Splash, if you were into that. I think maybe Pokken came out in 2016, and, like, that's it. 2016, they were, like, ready to move on. 2016 was the year of Paper Mario Color Splash, and that's all you know? Yeah, that's, like, basically it. And, I mean, like, the holiday before that, they had, like, what? Like, Mario Tennis Ultra Smash and Amiibo Festival. If Pokken came out, that means Star Fox Zero did too. Oh yeah, Star Fox Zero would be 2016 game, wouldn't it? Remember that Pokken and Star Fox Zero came out very close to each other? Star Fox Zero makes me a little sad because my memory of it is seeing it at a Five Below in, like, 2019, and it was, like, the whole package. It was, like, $5 for Star Fox Zero and Star Fox Guard. And I always thought about picking it up, but I just never did, and now it doesn't exist anymore, but, I mean, like, I've seen, like, used Star Fox Guard, like, copies go for $1, so... Star Fox Zero was April 2016. Okay. I never got into it. I hadn't played any Star Fox game at that point. And even to this day, the only Star Fox game I've played in full was the original. I never played Star Fox 64, which is, like, I think a cardinal sin for, like, people who grew up on the N64. Like, saying you didn't play Star Fox 64 is like saying, like, you didn't even show up to your grandma's funeral. Had a lot of fun with Star Fox Zero, but didn't have the desire to play it more than once. Yeah, and that kind of feels like that would be, like, a killer for, like, a Star Fox game. Because, like, Star Fox is very reliant on, like, its replayability. You get, like, the alternate paths and stuff. And it's just, like, why would you want to play a Star Fox game that isn't, like, very replayable? If you only want to play a Star Fox game once, it's, like, cool. I just played a game for, like, 1 hour and that's it. Which is, like, for, like, a game that you would have had to pay, like, full price for, that's insane. Yeah, it's a very arcadey franchise. And that's fine. Obviously, like, that's fine. That's good even that we have franchises like that, but, like, if you have that kind of franchise, you have to ensure that your game is, like, very replayable. Otherwise, like, people are gonna complain endlessly about the length. Like, Sonic Mania is, like, a 2-hour game. Granted, it's also a $20 game, but, like, that's a 2-hour game. Nobody complains about that because, like, Sonic games are, like, very replayable, typically. Even, like, the not great Sonic games have a level of replayability. Except the period where they decided it wasn't arcadey anymore. Was that when they released, like, Adventures and, like, Assault and stuff? Yeah? Okay. I'd like to play Star Fox 64 at some point, because I have heard it's, like, one of the best games ever made. Was that on, like, Virtual Console at all? It probably was. What am I saying? Why would they not put Star Fox 64 on Virtual Console? I could probably play it through that, then. What if they brought back Star Fox as an arcade machine, like Luigi's Mansion Arcade? I think that could do well. Honestly, I think that people would enjoy that. That would probably get, like, a few people, like, lined up at the Dave & Buster's. They would be like, oh shit. And you could have, like, it could be, like, a big elaborate arcade machine where, like, you go inside, like, a little R-Wing replica and it has, like, the controls inside. And then it would be like, oh shit, this is sick as fuck. We're playing Peach's Beach again? Honestly, like, I would, like, take a trip to Dave & Buster's to play a Star Fox arcade game. That does sound kind of sick. The Luigi's Mansion Arcade is pretty fun. I played a little bit of that. That's pretty fun. 2 for 1 special? True. There's a really cool Star Wars arcade game that's like that. The seat moves and everything, and there's wind blowing. That sounds sick. Dude, I miss Dave & Buster's. Like, before the pandemic, like, I feel like every few months I would take a trip to Dave & Buster's, and it was fun every time. Dave & Buster's is, like, a sick location. Food's not terrible either. I feel like I got food a couple times from Dave & Buster's, and I was like, yeah, that was okay. But it's also, like, located in a mall, so, like, if I didn't want Dave & Buster's food particularly, I could just go somewhere else very easily. Sorry to that guy. Dude, the Funky Kongs in the front. Well, I guess that was a King Boo, but there were a lot of Funky Kongs. Average Mario Kart Wii night. I still think it's funny that, like, the established meta of Mario Kart Wii, and, like, who's generally considered to be the best characters, is Funky Kong and Daisy. Don't think you've been to a Dave & Buster's since middle school? They're pretty fun. I have a good time whenever I go to Dave & Buster's, but again, I don't think I've been there, like, since the pandemic started. Like, I don't think so. Probably wouldn't be a great idea anyways. Yeah, Daisy doing a little bit of girl bossing. I think you would be very hard-pressed to find a funnier character to, like, centralize the meta around than Funky Kong. And again, it's not like he's a requirement to do well in Mario Kart Wii. It's just, like, he's generally considered the best character. Mario Kart Wii still has, like, the RNG with, like, the items and stuff, you know. You're never guaranteed a win in Mario Kart. But, like, you increase your odds a little bit by picking a character like Funky Kong. DK Summit? Let's go. Wait, was it Daisy who's meta? I thought it was Baby Daisy. No, I see Daisy around a lot more than Baby Daisy. Although I will be honest, I have seen a couple Baby Daisies in the wild. But I think I see a lot more Daisies. The fact that Funky Kong is in the game at all is already baffling. The fact that he's the meta character is more baffling. Like, literally. It's so funny. It has to be, like, one of the funniest, like, just, like, pure accidents that's ever occurred. I don't know what those two are doing, but I hope they're having fun. Dude, the Peter Griffin Mario snowboarder? Awesome. I always forget about, like, the Miis we have on this Wii U. There's, like, one, like, scary old woman, like, Mii we have on this Wii U that I think was supposed to be Hillary Clinton. I don't know why we made a Hillary Clinton Mii. Awesome. I suppose you could say that. Hillary Clinton whips and nays on the Ellen Show. Pokemon go to the Mii Maker, true? Dude, have you thought about how the Ellen Show, like, ends this year? Like, we're never gonna be terrorized by the Ellen Show ever again? We'll never have to roll dice with her? 1d4 psychic damage. I guess did the Ellen Show, like, already end? Hold on. Do I remember Young Ellen? What is Young Ellen? Okay, yeah, they just aired their last episode, like, last month. Ellen DeGeneres finally takes the L in. Hold on, I'm gonna look up Young Ellen. Young Ellen is a sitcom they made about Ellen DeGeneres as a child. I just looked up this show on IMDb. It has a star rating of 1.7. Uh-oh, my controller's drifting. Oh, it was Little Ellen. Okay, yeah. Same shit, basically. Oh my god, they started airing it last year, too. That's too late! That's too late to make Little Ellen. Dude, in 2021, that was, like, after, like, Ellen, like, bad workplace allegations came out. That's too late. You can't make a Ellen spin-off show in 2021. That was when everybody hated the Ellen show. It's too late. Okay, hold on. Controller was drifting. Little Ellen versus Young Sheldon. Young Ellen and Young Sheldon combined to form Young Eldon. Dude, who the fuck wants to watch Little Ellen? That seems like a, like, again, like, if it was, like, maybe, like, I don't know, maybe, like, 10 years ago? Like, maybe at the midway point of, like, the Ellen show, like, Ellen is still generally, like, a liked figure on TV. Like, maybe then you could have done, like, a Ellen spin-off show. But in 2021, absolutely not. There's no audience for that anymore. The only people who are gonna be watching that are people who are gonna be like, oh, haha, Ellen's in, like, a bad animated sitcom. Little Ellen works during 2016, the latest. Even then, I feel like, I don't know, I feel like the point where, like, Ellen DeGeneres starts losing people is, like, Hillary Clinton whips and nays on the Ellen show. I feel like 2016 is, like, a little late just because of that. What's the meme that was like, what's gay but feels homophobic? Shows a picture of the Ellen show! Jesus Christ. It's kinda true, though. It's kinda true, though, about the Ellen show. Ellen interviewed Damn Daniel. I forgot that Ellen DeGeneres interviewed Damn Daniel. Dude, it's, like, so funny, the thought of even interviewing, like, Damn Daniel. Because it's, like, that was, like, a 6-second Vine. Like, tell us what your thought was when you made this 6-second Vine. Well, I saw my friend Daniel, and I thought his shoes were cool. So I said, damn, Daniel, back at it again with the white Vans. What is the Target Kid? I don't know if I'm familiar with the Target Kid. Oh, wait, I think I might know Target Kid, actually. Was that the yodeling kid? The kid who yodeled in Target? I don't think I ever actually saw, like, the video of the kid yodeling. Like, I knew it was, like a viral hit. Like a meme. But I don't think I ever actually saw the yodeling Target Kid. Well, no, I definitely have seen the picture. Like, I can envision what this kid looks like in my mind. Target cashier became famous because people thought he was attractive. Oh, that's a different guy. And honestly, I'm thinking, wasn't that a guy who got, like, arrested for, things that I will not say on this stream? Or am I thinking of someone else? No, I think I'm thinking of the Subway guy. The Subway guy from the commercials who got arrested for unsavory things. that I do not feel like going into on a stream. What was the deal with the Target cashier? I actually do remember that a little bit. Alex from Target. Lesbian interviews man thought to be attractive. I mean, they do say in the business, fake it till you make it. Gotta be honest, it's very brave for Ellen DeGeneres, a lesbian, to have to interview an attractive man and have to go along with the bit and be like, you know, girls think you're really attractive. And he's like, oh, thank you. I'm Alex from Target, by the way. Again, what do you, like, interview this guy on? He's a dude who works at Target. So what's it like working at Target? Yeah, I stock shelves. Sometimes I, like, pick up a toy for, like, my nephew. Oh, wow, that's really interesting. This is a teenager? Oh, okay. Just blew up because someone took a picture of him and became popular. What's the Target corporate culture like? Bad? So he was like probably like popular with like teenage girls, and they were the ones who were like, oh my god, Alex from Target. And anyone older than that who was like into like Alex from Target, like, that's too much. That's too much. I don't trust that. I don't trust like that. I don't know, maybe I'm not giving, like, a lot of these viral hits and, like, people enough credit. Because I can imagine, like, people from, like, the late 2000s, like, having very interesting stories behind, like, their viral hits and how it, like, affected their lives. But, like, for people who got, like, super popular on Vine and stuff, I'm just, like, how much could, like, a 60-second, or, like, a 6-second video have, like, really, like, affected, like, your life? From what you've heard from your friends' experiences, Target's not the best, but not the worst. HR is sometimes okay with trans rights. That's good. Do I think Daniel remains damned to this day? Absolutely. I feel like in, like, when did Damn Daniel come out? That was, like, 2016? I feel like if you give it, like, 5 more years, like, Damn Daniel will be a nostalgic thing. And, like, they'll do, like, a comeback tour where they have the guy look at Daniel's new, like, dad shoes. Daniel, I'm assuming Daniel would be, like, a dad at this point, and he'd be like, damn, Daniel, back at it again. And it'd be like, and everybody would be like, yo, they did Damn Daniel again. And it'd be, but everybody would be into it because it'd be, like, nostalgic at that point. I mean, we already kind of had the Damn Daniel resurgence recently. With the Flight Rising Damn Daniel, or not Flight Rising, Flight Reacts Damn Daniel bit, where everyone was reposting, Damn Daniel! Damn Daniel! Back at it again with the mortgage payments! Yeah, they could do that. There's going to be an internet culture class in college, and required material will be Vine compilations. God! Legit, though? It'll probably happen. I remember for a college class, it was like a early, like, communications course I took. We had to watch, like, one of the Green brothers do, like, a YouTube video. I don't even remember what the video was about. I just remember seeing it in class, and I was like, that's John Green's brother. Why are we watching a video made by John Green's brother? How do you make a damn Daniel dragon in Flight Rising? You gotta give it the dragon, like, white feet, I think, to be, like, the white vans. I don't know if, like, Flight Rising has that level of customization, but that was my first thought. I also don't know if Flight Rising has shoes for the dragons. I just assumed, like, the dragons were bare. Because they're, like, animals. Oh, I almost hit that guy. Latency is also a little bit of a bitch on this, but it's also like a Wii Online game. It's impressive that this game's latency isn't, like, way worse. Dude, have you seen Super Smash Bros. Brawl Online? You could definitely make a custom skin or look for accessories. Good to know. Some of them talk, so you assume they're fully sentient in some capacity. Really? If Damn Daniel came out today, he would have a Fortnite collab? True, though. Honestly, though, like, you know, like, there would be, like, you would, like, in the, like, V-Bucks store, they would have, like, a thing where you could buy, like, dance or something, and the dance is just a guy, like, pointing at shoes, being like, Damn, Daniel! Thought you meant if Damn Daniel came out as gay. It could happen. Bigger come-out stories have happened. The girl who made the Vine that was like, oh, I do that. She's like a very, like, popular, like, trans woman musician now. Damn, Daniel. Back at it again out of the closet. Happy Pride Month, everyone. Be really good. I'm losing a lot. Damn, Daniel, back at it again with the leather harness. He's allowed. He's allowed. You've seen her on TikTok? I follow her on Twitter. Left at London? Yeah. Yeah, I follow her on Twitter. I actually should listen to her music at some point. Because I follow her on Twitter because I'm just like, hell yeah. But I've never actually listened to her music. I don't think I've seen, like, her TikToks either. But, oh, I think I've seen a couple. I saw the one bit she did where she was, like, making fun of Ricky Gervais. Why would they want to be women? They can't drive! I remember that bit. I like the honk. I don't know what made that honk, but I really liked it. She has a lot of good bits. Absolutely. Ow. Shout out to trans femme musicians. We out here making the best shit in the game for real, for real. Honestly, though, true. Like, wouldn't electronic as a genre, like, basically not exist without, like, trans women? Or am I pulling shit out of a hat just to say shit? But I feel like a lot of, like, electronic music pioneers were, like, trans women. That's kind of true in a lot of tech spaces also. Start exploring more trans artists, add them to your collection, hell yeah. To be fair, I need to do the same. I am not always doing my due diligence in that regard. I mean, obviously, like, a huge chunk of my friend group is also trans. And, like, a lot of them are artists, and I do follow them. But, like, I could definitely still stand to broaden my horizons. Never be afraid to broaden your horizons. There's always something out there that you never knew you would have been into until you give it a shot. Number one rule of the world, go at it with an open mind. Yeah, we're back at Yoshi Falls. It's been a bit since we last saw Yoshi. It was very funny when we got, like, Yoshi's Fall, like, 3 times in a row. Dude, Matt's in the game! It's the famous me, Matt! Holy fuck, he's here! International celebrity Matt! I think it's awesome that, like, Matt just, like, became, like, one of the most popular Miis. And, like, to the point where he's basically, like, his own character. Like, he was made as, like, kind of, like, a Mii throwaway for, like, Wii Sports. And then just, like, the internet was like, no, this guy's actually awesome, though. You love to see it. Oh, that kept me in 5th. It didn't get me any farther, but it kept me in 5th. Poor Matt got below me, though. He's trying his best. He's more of an athlete than a Mario Kart player. Dude, Nicki Minaj is in the game too? What's happening? Matt from Wii Sports and Nicki Minaj are in the game. Okay. I didn't know Nicki Minaj was a big Mario Kart fan. She never mentioned it in any of her raps. Take DK Mountain. I feel like we just did DK Mountain. But probably wasn't that. Probably wasn't that. What am I trying to say? It probably was a little while ago. It just feels like it hasn't been that much because I've been playing Mario Kart for so long. That's one thing about this game versus, like, Mario Kart 8 Deluxe is 8 Deluxe just simply having more tracks means you get a lot more variety in the online. Like, if you play Mario Kart Wii online, you gotta be prepared to see those 32 tracks a lot. Personal hobby, true. She doesn't wanna soil her career, or her hobby by monetizing it. She doesn't feel like adding, like, a line about Mario Kart in any of her songs. Dude, she's playing Daisy, too. Nicki Minaj would, like, play Daisy in Mario Kart, I think. The bridge is, like, the scariest part of the level. Like, if you get hit by anything there, like, you just fall off. Nicki Minaj drops the daisy cut. People don't like Nicki Minaj right now though, right? Because she was like talking about how like the COVID vaccine gave her cousin like huge balls or something. And like people were like, Nicki Minaj, what are you saying? What are you doing? Like, I feel like I vaguely remember, like, Nicki Minaj, like, anti-vaccine sentiment. Wouldn't know, you didn't follow much besides that being a thing. I mean, I remember it. I could not forget something like that happening. Like, Nicki Minaj posting on social media that, like, the COVID vaccine gave her, like, cousin big balls, like... That's something that happens once in a lifetime, man. We're never gonna see something like that ever again. I don't follow celebrities, like, very carefully, though, so... I don't know where this situation went. I don't know if people went, like, okay, but the music do be good, though. Didn't hear about this until now. I respect that. I respect a little bit of the living under a rock lifestyle. I mostly do when it comes to celebrities. I just remember, like, a bunch of people saying, like, hey, Nicki Minaj just posted some insane shit about, like, her cousin and the COVID vaccine, and I was like, wait, what happened? I'm gonna have to find this again. Nicki Minaj, COVID vaccine tweet. My cousin in Trinidad won't get the vaccine because his friend got it and became impotent. His testicles became swollen. His friend was weeks away from getting married. Now the girl called off the wedding. So just pray on it and make sure you're comfortable with your decision, not bullied. Alright. Alright, Nicki Minaj. This is 94,000 quote retweets. And then like, the first tweet I see on her account that's new is, like, something about her joining, like, a sports betting thing. Which is, like, very funny. For some reason, I can't envision, like, celebrities, like, being super into sports. Like, I don't know why. Like, very recently, I found out that Macklemore is just, like, a golfer now. And that, like, fucked me up, because it was like, dude, that's the thrift shop guy. How is he, like, just doing, like, golf shit now? I mean, it wasn't that surprising, given he's Macklemore, but it was, like, surprising enough. Leaving your fiance because his balls got swollen by the COVID vaccine. Celebrities being into video games is also very funny. Wasn't there, like... Was it Rihanna who tweeted this about, like... No, it was Lady Gaga who was posting about playing Bayonetta. That one's awesome. I like the Lady Gaga tweets about Bayonetta. Like, honestly, that makes sense, though. Like, Lady Gaga, of all people, being into Bayonetta, like, that's a no-brainer. Bayonetta is, like, basically, like, the video game version of, like, Lady Gaga's brand. Super fucking Mario! Queen, literally. Yeah, Super fucking Mario is a classic tweet. Although that's not actually about Super Mario from the video games. I believe that is actually a sports tweet. Who is it that they had in the Rhythm Heaven commercial? Oh, I wish I remembered, but that does sound familiar. I do, like, vaguely remember that. Can someone do, like, a Google search Rhythm Heaven celebrity commercial? Oh, I'm not gonna be able to get rid of this cloud. Okay, item gambit. Alright, it worked. I delayed Donkey Kong and nobody else. It was Beyonce? That's sick. Dude, getting Beyonce to advertise Rhythm Heaven? We need shit like that in the Switch era. I want Rihanna to advertise Brain Age or Big Brain Academy. I got dead last. It happens. You win some, you lose some. Love seeing that AEW intro for Kenny Omega with Sans Undertale. I remember that! I remember that specifically because, like, I am subscribed to the person who made, like, the cover of that. Oh no, that wasn't it. Not the Sans one. I believe Kenny Omega also came out with, Hopes and Dreams at some point. Was that when he was dressed up as Sans? He would have had a Megalovania. For that, probably. I don't follow wrestling at all, I'm sorry. I'm like a little wrestling noob. I know shit about, like, the WWE because, like, my dad is, like, super into wrestling. I think The Rock was in a Switch ad, yeah. They had John Cena with the early Switch advertising. They put him in, like, the cubes where you could try out the Nintendo Switch. It would be really funny if they did that again for the Switch 2. If they do a Switch 2, and they're just like, okay, we're doing the cubes again, and everybody's like, but we know how the Switch works. We just want it. Don't either? You hear it secondhand from your friend? Yeah, I know a few people who are, like, into wrestling. Joseph, who's my friend, is, like, super into wrestling, and sometimes in, like, the stream Discord, he'll tell us a little bit about happenings in the wrestling world of AEW. John Cena and the 1-2 Switch Cube? Whoa! I've never gotten that pushed in this game before. Jesus Christ. Did you see that? If they ever do release everybody's 1-2 Switch, they have to get John Cena back in the cube. There's a pay-per-view on the 26th, you believe. Ooh. I think I would probably be, like, decently into, like, something like that if I watched. I did like watching wrestling as a kid, even though I, like, barely understood what was happening. I just saw big dudes, like, attacking each other, and I was like, this rules. This is everything. This is what life is all about. Still so funny that they started work on a 1-2 Switch sequel right away, like it was gonna be a huge hit. Yeah, it was like a very, like... I don't want to say, like, it sold like shit, because that absolutely isn't true, but, like... 1-2 Switch selling, like, 3 million copies, I think it was, is, like, a pretty paltry take compared to, like, the last, like, fucking the Wii Sports sensation with, like, 80 million. Like, that's nothing. AEW over WWE. That's what I've heard. And I mean, like, yeah, like, Vince McMahon seems like he doesn't know what he's, like, ever doing with, like, the WWE. WWE kind of seems like the management is, like, completely incompetent. And I mean, we're just at a point where, like, a lot of the biggest, like, WWE stars just have, like, acting careers outside of that. It's just so funny. They saw 1-2 Switch and was like, yes, this is the one. I just don't see, like, like, 5 years into the Switch's life, even if, like, a 1-2 Switch sequel was good, I don't see it, like, selling. Yeah, they really did extend expend more energy on 1-2 Switch than ARMS, huh? We've gotten nothing else from ARMS. They are and haven't grown with the times and what people want to see. It's brutal to think about. People have been like, oh, Nintendo's willing to release mid-shit before, but they fail to consider that everyone's 1-2 Switch is catastrophically bad, physically detrimental to play, takes years off your life. Yeah, no, it's just like testing, like, horribly. Like, we need that shit to come out. I really think it would be, like, a very humbling experience if, like, Nintendo actually, like, released a dog shit video game, so you don't get video essays every week about how Fire Emblem Warriors 3 Hopes, the Warriors spin-off for Fire Emblem, is actually the worst game they've released in the past 20 years. The Switch has not had its Wii Music moment. We have not had a moment where everyone can gather around one game and say, yeah, this is fucking dog shit. So you just have people, like, buying, like, mediocre games and being like, this is the worst thing that's ever happened to me. I can't believe that, like, this, like, video game is, like, okay, and, like, nothing else. Like, we need the Nintendo fans to play a shitty video game. And it's as simple as that. That was a really bad time for the lightning to strike. I guess it could have been worse. They didn't lose me too much time. Nintendo needs to feel the Morbius effect, literally. Guys, Super Smash Bros. Is now canon in the MCU. Apparently one character offhandedly mentioned Smash Bros. In the new Miss Marvel show, and Eurogamer made a whole article about it. I mean, but, like, I think it's... They like, showed Fortnite in, like, Endgame. And, like, I think that's, like, really fucking funny. Because, like, there's just, like, Marvel characters in Fortnite. Fucking Thanos was in Fortnite. And he was just, like, and Fortnite was just in the movie. Like, they just showed, like, Thor playing Fortnite. Dude, that has such fucked up lore implications. I'm just realizing that if Fortnite is canon in the MCU, then that means that Fortnite did an offensive event based on a real-world tragedy where they have Thanos come from the sky and, like, snap a bunch of people. That's, like, really fucking funny to think about. That's literally like if Fortnite in real life did, like, a 9/11 event. Actually, now that I'm thinking about it, Fortnite did do that one Martin Luther King exhibit, so maybe that's not actually that far off from happening. Listen, one of the hardest things about doing anything, like, slightly satirical is that real life is too weird at this point. Like, the real world is, like, beyond parody. I am so behind in this race. Gives me some time to catch up to this guy. Bill Clinton in Fortnite with 9/11 footwork. Kinda dislike that every reference we see in shows is starting to be canonical or same universe. You just want silly universes to IRL. Understandable. It should be like those old, like, Nickelodeon shows, like iCarly and shit, where they would just have, like, cameos from the other shows. And it would be like, oh, this could be canon, but also it completely contradicts everything in both shows. And it's just, like, a really funny effect. I died. I beat players, though. I did not beat Nicki Minaj, though. I guess the players disconnected? Oh, I just thought about this. There was like an indie game showcase earlier today. It was like the Wholesome Direct. Was there like anything like interesting during that? Like anything you think I would be interested in? Did anybody actually watch that? I think I know a couple people who did, but not a significant amount. The fucked thing about Fortnite being in the MCU is that it means DC characters are also in the MCU to some capacity. You know that the guy capturing footage of Fortnite to show, like, Thor playing Fortnite, like, they had to, like, ensure that no, like, copyrighted characters from any other media showed up. It had to be, like, default skins and, like, maybe Marvel skins, and that's it. They sold Wholesome Chungus Simulator? I don't believe you. I think that might be a fib you're telling online. I think you might be purposefully spreading misinformation. Almost forgot about Goat Simulator 3. Yeah, didn't they, isn't there, like, not even, like, a Goat Simulator 2, and that's, like, part of the joke? They made a sequel to a game that doesn't exist. Goat Simulator is also, like, such a weird thing to, like, make a sequel to. Because it's mostly just a game where you kind of fuck around with, like, the game's weird physics. I guess that's not the worst thing in the world that you could make a sequel to. And I gotta be honest, like, as easy as it would be for me to, like, dunk on Goat Simulator, because it was, like, kind of like a hashtag tuber game in, like, 2014, it's kind of fun to just fuck around in, to be fair. And I guess if they just do more of that, then, like, yeah, that's pretty solid. I was not immune to Goat Simulator. I played it in, like, 2013. Don't think they ever really stopped updating Goat Simulator. It got DLC for a while. Really? Huh. Metal Gear Solid 2 was originally planned to be called 3 just to fuck with everyone. These people are clearly visionaries on Kojima's level. Honestly though, the guys who made Goat Simulator are definitely on Kojima's level. I think you're right. That Summer Games Fest stream really was so dry, though. I, like, don't remember much from it. Like, I remember them showing Call of Duty and being like, look at these Call of Duty graphics. And I was like, that's fine, I guess. But, like, dude, it's Call of Duty, you know what you're getting. That does, like, I don't think you could ever make Call of Duty an exciting reveal for me. I'm kind of like a hypocrite though, because I get excited for baby Pokemon games, which are all like the same. So I don't think I have much room to talk, to be fair to the Call of Duty fans. But also, like, it just doesn't feel like that's the kind of thing you, like, you do, like, a 10-minute segment on, that's, like, the longest part of the stream. It's like, dude, everybody's played Call of Duty. There are very few people in the world who haven't played a little bit of Call of Duty. Even if it's not for very long. Like, my fucking cousins had, like... My like, cousin who built my computer had, like, every fucking... like, Call of Duty game on, like, the 360. Pokemon are cute. This is true. The military guys in Call of Duty are not cute like Pikachu. Last of Us PS5 remake is a phrase that causes you to immediately go comatose. It's also just a game that doesn't need to exist. Again, like, that's a game you could play the remastered version on your PS5 already. They just wanted to make it again so they could charge $70 for it. Don't think you've ever played Call of Duty, actually? I mean, to be fair, I haven't played a lot of Call of Duty. That was a willing choice on your part. I remember, like, all the boys in middle school were, like, so into Call of Duty. Like, that was the big thing for a while. It was very funny going into high school and having, like, other people in my classes who were into, like, stupid baby Nintendo shit. And, like, were carrying around their 3DSs and stuff, and we'd play Pokemon. Because basically every kid I knew from, like, 5th grade to 8th grade, they were all, like, into Call of Duty and, like, the Xbox. And that was their shit. And then just in high school, I somehow found the group of, like, kids who were, like, into Pokemon and stuff. I don't know if it was an attempt by the middle schoolers to, like, appear more mature. Like, you know, like, I play this rated M game, so I'm a little mature. But it was like all of them. Except me. I was the shitty little kid with, like, a Wii. And I think that's why I wasn't very popular, because I was the shitty little kid with a Wii. I remember, this is a little bit of a sad memory, but I remember there was one kid who, like, got on my case and was like, I heard that you're a Sonic fan. And I remember being like, no? No? Even though I definitely was, like, there was no fucking hiding that fact. I think it would be, you would be hard-pressed to, like, know anything about me and not know that I grew up on Sonic the Hedgehog. But I remember this kid was being, like, a little shit about it, so I was just like, no. No. I don't even know why I hung out with those kids. Those kids suck. Kids are so mean. But it's like the thing you do when you're a kid. You want to fit in. Imagine thinking that was an insult. True. Only now in college do you have friends that are like, yo, have you seen the new Pokemon? Or that will randomly prompt you about some niche RPG Maker game. That's dope. I definitely had, like, some kids in high school, but definitely, like, once I got into college. Especially with how popular, like, the Switch is. Like, I know so many people who are, like, into, like, Fire Emblem and, like, Animal Crossing. I just graduated, and I could just, like, talk to them on Discord at any time and be like, hey, what's up? Kids will look at each other and be like, oh wow, so you have fun? You enjoy doing things? What are you, a baby? We don't call it play anymore, we call it hanging out. Kids really can be, like, very cool. That's why my motto is, like, if I'm around a kid, I gotta be, like, as nice as possible. But also, like, come off as, like, kind of cool, a little mature. Like, I don't wanna, like, you don't wanna, like, necessarily baby a kid, but you want to be, like, nice to them, too. Because if you baby a kid, they're gonna, like, register that as, like, oh, you're talking down to me? You're, like, a dumb grown-up, and I'm, like, a cool little kid. Yeah, you gotta accommodate them. Yeah, accommodate them. I do like working with kids. Yeah, you want to be on their level. For a little bit, as, like, community service, you had to do some community service to graduate my high school. I worked as, like, a tutor in my mom's elementary school. And I was like... I really enjoyed doing that, because working with kids was like a lot of fun. You gotta model appropriate behaviors. Although I slipped on that once. I remember I did slip a fuck once, but I was just like, okay, kids, remember, don't repeat that to anyone else. Because, like, they were, like, 5th graders. They definitely heard the F word at least once. Hold on a sec. But yeah, working with kids was a lot of fun when I worked as a tutor for a bit. I enjoyed that. Oh, I got Nicki Minaj. Let's go. But yeah, I could never be like one of those people online who's like, I fucking hate kids. Because like, kids are like dope. Roxy just like barged into my room. She loves doing that. She's probably happy because someone else just came home. Not my parents, though. Oh, God. Oh, Jesus. Bless you, thank you. You second the shit out of if you say you hate kids or that people are inherently cruel, I'm stealing something out of your house. Honestly though, like, dude, people are good. Listen, there are some cruel people in the world, but like, I think that human beings as a whole are inherently good. I truly believe that. And I think that a lot of selfishness and, like, just awful behavior, that's all learned. That's not something that people are born with. And yeah, kids are just people that are going through it a lot of the time. Honestly, like, a lot of the kids who were kind of shitty to me in, like, elementary school, maybe they didn't have, like, a great home life. Or maybe just, like, their brother sucked or something. Like, I don't know. You know? Kids don't just become, like, mean out of nowhere. It comes from, like, the social behavior, I guess. It comes from learned behavior. Dude, I don't know what that Yoshi and Toad are doing, but I feel so bad for them. But I also hope they're having the time of their lives despite everything. They're bonding. This is true. Although they seem kind of far away from each other to be bonding. Like, Toad's actually catching up with the crowd, almost. Yoshi, I don't know what Yoshi's doing. We might actually, like, lap Yoshi if this continues. Oh, wait, never mind. We were on 3rd lap anyways. Thought we were on 2nd. That's my bad. Toad gave up on bonding. Social activity is hard. Yeah, Toad was like, listen, I'm like an introvert. I've used up all my social batteries for the day. I just gotta go home, man. And Yoshi was like, oh, okay. Goodbye. Oh shit, Devi just dropped like a EP in the stream Discord. That's pretty dope. I also think we're getting close to the end of the stream. I've had some good fun tonight, but I think this is another night where I just want to kind of like chillax for a bit. You know, chilling on a weekend like usual. But I had a lot of fun. Mario Kart's a lot of fun. It was a good game. We'll see how much more I have in me. Let's go! Maple Tree Way. Literally watching SpongeBob and Scooby-Dooby-Doo. I definitely see myself as, like, a better, like, aunt figure than I would as, like, a mother figure. Because I'm, like, of the mindset, like, I like kids. I would not want to deal with a kid, like, every day of my life. Like, I would babysit a kid. I would, like, help tutor kids. But, like, the idea of, like, having, like, one, like, again, like, that's a lot of obligation. And, like, not everyone is fit to be a parent, is just a simple fact. Yeah, say. It's good that you say that, Jen. Because otherwise that would be a very big conversation to have. Too scared to be around like 15-year-olds, you could not be a parent. That's understandable. It would be, like, genuinely, it would be very hard to, like, deal with a teenager. Not as, like, oh, because teenagers are, like, shitty or whatever, but, like, that's, like, a very scary time for them, and, like, it's a very stressful time for them, and it's gonna be a stressful time for you, because that's your fucking flesh and blood. Not equipped for long-term care of a child, but you love spending time with kids. Yeah, I don't think I could, like, take care of a kid in that way. Like, I don't think I could be a parent, like, reasonably. And maybe that's just me being, like, 22, like, out of college, unemployed, you know? I don't even want to, like, I'm, like, trying to get a job, and that's already, like, a crazy obligation. Thinking about, like, the obligation of raising a fucking newborn is, like, that's crazy. I have, like, nieces for that. Probably not the best time to pop that. Probably should have waited until after the cannon. Oh well. You're an auntie now. 19 should not be the I feel like a grandma age. Dude, the second, like, the quote-unquote, like, TikTok generation, like, took over the internet, and, like, that's, like, the mainstream now, that's when I started feeling old. And it's, like, I shouldn't even, because, like, a lot of people who are, like, my age also, like, use, like, TikTok and stuff, but it's just, like, it's, like, newfangled technology I just do not understand. And, I mean, to be fair, a lot of, like, I do see a lot of, like, teenagers on, like, social media. And I see, like, people who are, like, 14. And I'm just like, I was 8 years old before you were born. I nearly had, like, a decade of life before you were born. What the hell? The second Musical.ly and shit came out, you were just like, oh god, I'm out of touch, I don't get it. I feel that. I feel that. Let's do Wario's Gold Mine. Yeah, I was not very in touch with, like, Vine and stuff, but that also came out when I was, like, a young teen. So I think that was more just me being, like, a contrarian. And I guess you could argue that me not caring about, like, TikTok is also me being, like, a contrarian, but, like... I made a single TikTok, and it was me, like, reacting to, It was me reacting to, like, a TikTok that was, like, you getting bullied in school. And it was, like, this, like, mean popular girl who was, like, pretending to have interest in you as a person. And I just kept replying, like, every time she said something, I just went, okay. I would have to, like, dig this TikTok out. But that's the only TikTok I made, and then immediately after I made it, I uninstalled the app. If your birth year starts with 20, then I'm scared for you. I mean, mine does. I was born 2000. Isn't it fucked up that kids born in 2000 are now college graduates, or at least some of us are? Others maybe have more time to do in school, or just did not choose to do so. And, you know, it's everybody's choice what they want to do with their lives. I just scared a new viewer? Listen. No offense to any new viewers. But, like, I say way scarier stuff than that. I say way scarier stuff than I was born, like, in 2000. Sometimes I say things and the regulars get scared. It's just an inevitability of life. Of the motherfucker Morgan stream. You're a O2 baby? That feels so young to me. That's, like, younger than my younger sister. But also, like, you're an adult. So that's wild. Time is strange, you're at 99 still working on college? I respect the grind. College is hard. College is hard. This is, like, weird to say. You were playing with me earlier? Oh, hello, Tony Twa. Hell yeah. Sorry that I'm not very good, but hell yeah. I got very lucky that, like, genuinely, like, my college career would not have gone as smoothly without COVID. And that's, like, so fucked up to say, but, like, here's the thing. Before COVID, I had to, like, okay, preface. As an English major, I had to take 3 terms of language. So I had to do 3 terms of a foreign language, and it had to be the same one. So I decided on Italian. First term of Italian I take. I failed. I got an F in the class. I had to take it again to try and preserve my GPA. I theoretically could have taken another foreign language, but I kind of didn't want that F looming over me. So I took it again. What happens in the middle of me taking that first Italian class again? COVID starts. And you know what happens when COVID starts? Everybody's inside, all classes are online. I cheated through every single exam, and for the rest of Italian, I got all A's. And none of you better snitch to the college about this. Alright? I don't think any of you know what college I even went to be fair. I've never said it on stream, and I never will, because I just admitted to cheating on my Italian exams. But this does not leave the chat. You literally at that tail end of high school for real. Only good thing about COVID was you were able to stop college and sort some stuff out and transition. Hell yeah. I went to clown college. True? Fuck academic integrity. Literally. Listen. The education system is, like, genuinely, like, a little bullshit. I feel like you're allowed to bullshit it back. COVID was very fucked up, and it revealed a lot of, unsavory things about society, but, like, I'm a little bit of an optimist. Not everything was bad. Although it's still bad that we're basically still in the same pandemic and everyone wants to pretend like it's over. Paying too much for integrity. True. But, like, I feel like individually we're allowed to accept, like, the little victories that happened for us in COVID. I mean, like, at the end of COVID, I got to say I have a college degree. Or not at the end of COVID, but you know what I mean. COVID is not over. I got it literally, like, at the end of my last term. If there's anyone who can tell you COVID is not over, it's me who had it in May 2022. Yeah, end of COVID was a bad slip of the tongue, but, like, this pandemic, like, it never fucking ends. I cannot wait for the day I can say we have the end of COVID, but it's not gonna happen because there's a bunch of, like, anti-vaxxer contrarians who are like, oh, but, like, you could get, like, but what if I take the COVID vaccine and, like, I grow a third arm, and it's like, dude, then you can hold more things? This is easy. This is a freebie. COVID isn't over, but COVID is hashtag over. It's going to get canceled. True! True! Your fucking college professor got COVID a week ago? Damn. That's even worse that it happened in, like, were they, like, still going on campus and stuff? Because that shit could spread like fucking wildfire. That's what I was scared of when I, like, got COVID. I was like, shit. Did that shit spread to, like, anyone I was around? I was, like, masking. I'm still, like, a person who wears my mask everywhere. But, like, I was, like, a little scared. Super thrilled to gain levels on your autism with yearly vaccines. Listen, tell me if I'm, like, off base. Because I am not autistic myself. The world would literally be a better place with, like, more autistic people. I genuinely believe that. Because, like, I have met a lot of autistic people who are, like, some of the most kind souls I have ever met. And just, like, they're very, like, straightforward and understanding. They're not bullshitters. Just, like, wonderful people all around. And just, like, you know, I don't want to, like, sound weird about it, obviously, but I just, like, I know a lot more kind autistic people than I know, like, kind, like, neurotypicals, is what I'll say. And I hope that doesn't, like, come across as weird, me saying that. But, like, a lot of autistic people are very accommodating, from my experience. ADHD, so you're our brethren? True? True. But yeah, I can't, like, I never jive with, like, that, like, the fucking, like, autism mom shit, where it's like, oh my god, autism took away my child. Like, dude, like, shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up, honestly. I hate that shit. Like, I don't care if your kid, like, cannot fucking speak because of their autism. I do not care, like, the kind of, like, behavior, like, you give your child is, like, immensely more cruel. And, like, you are actively, like, just making your kid's life worse. More complex is still definitely a disability that affects people a lot, but a lot of it comes down to neurotypical people have a really hard time not being rude for some reason. I mean, like, from what I've talked about with, like, a lot of, like, my autistic friends is that, like, a lot of people just have a tendency to, like, you know, make you have to, like, I guess, like, quote-unquote, read the room. Like, you know, everybody has to be, like, a little passive-aggressive. Everybody's gotta, like, keep things in their chest. Probably doesn't help with, like, the fucking, like, capitalist society we live in, where you just gotta, like, keep a straight face while interacting with the worst customers you've ever seen in your life. The world is so built against autistic people? Yeah. And it sucks. It sucks. And I hope, like, genuinely, I hope that this stream is, like, an accommodating place. Like, I want, like, if there's anything I want with my stream and my community is for it to be as inclusive as possible and, like, very accommodating. Like, I obviously can't accommodate for, like, everything in the world. Like, sometimes I'm gonna play games that would have, like, more explicit content warnings than others, but I would like to think, like, I try very hard to be accommodating and stuff, and, like, inclusive. Stream is great. I appreciate you saying that. I try my best. I really do. And I think I've done a very good job of, like, cultivating a very welcoming community and such. I would like to think so. I mean, I love hanging out in the stream Discord. I love, like, talking with people I've, like, met from the stream. I love doing this shit. I love doing this shit, for real. Getting a design class that had some architecture and inclusive design trends made you realize how fucked up shit is because... Oh boy. It's not even a, oh, we haven't thought about it problem. We've had solutions for fucking ever, and they're cheap to make and easy to include. We just don't, for some reason. Yeah. It just sucks. It just sucks. This incites rage in you. I understand. I think these are important things to talk about, obviously. But I am probably gonna try and shy away from this topic for the rest of the stream because I feel like we could get angry all night, and I don't know if any of us would be super satisfied with that. But I do think it's important to, like, bring this kind of stuff up. No, you're good, Jen. Don't worry. It was good to follow up the thought. But I do like to talk about this thing every so often just because I do think it's important. And, like, not every stream is gonna be, like, 100% sunshine and rainbows. Sometimes we do some hashtag real talks. Dude, speaking of, like, hashtag real, this is also, like, a depressing topic. But, like, the dude who voiced Ferdinand in Fire Emblem died today. He had, like, colon cancer. Dude, that fucking sucks. Genuinely. Yeah, I think it's good to sprinkle in, like, the real shit, and, like, I don't want to say, like, makes me more authentic, but it, like, it's not, like, I'm not putting on, like, a facade or anything. Like, I'm not trying to bullshit you, buddy. This is how I normally act. Maybe with, like, a little bit of a shift and change, but... Also, yeah, it was like, I saw the news earlier, and I gotta be honest, I almost didn't, like, start the stream because of that news, because it genuinely, like, got to me a little bit. Like, cancer fucking sucks, man. I hope that one day we just get to a point in, like, scientific discovery where this kind of shit just doesn't happen anymore. I want us to get to a point where we literally just have a cure for cancer. Sometimes small reality checks help keep things in perspective. Exactly. I agree. Think it elevates the good stuff to have a little bit of bad most of the time. I agree. I agree. Just noticed I got the ride that comes with the Hippopotamus. Was talking about this with some friends earlier, but it really sucks that voice actors for some of the big franchises in the world have to turn to GoFundMe for their life-saving treatments. Literally, though. That was, like, insane for me to learn, was that he had, like, a GoFundMe to, like, help fund his treatment. I'm like, that's crazy. This dude was voiced in, like, JoJo's Bizarre Adventure and, like, Fire Emblem and, like, a bunch of other shit. And he, like, had to go to GoFundMe? That's crazy. Like, if I had to do that, like, that makes sense. I'm, like, a very small-time streamer. Not a lot of people know my name. This dude was voicing some, like, very big, like, important characters. And he had to, like, turn to that. And even, like, I say that, nobody should have to turn to GoFundMe. In a perfect world, nobody would have to turn to GoFundMe at all. But the fact that even people who are, like, working on, like, these big projects is crazy. VAs get paid so bad, literally. The VA for Frieza died a few months back from lung cancer, and he did a whole movie while he was treated for it and still had to use GoFundMe? That's insanity! Like, what the hell, man? Fucked up. Fucked up. Like, rest in peace, for real. Just like, stuff you just don't want to hear. On a brighter note, Wario's Gold Mine is a really good course. Wario's Gold Mine? I remember when I was a kid, me and Star would refer to this as a roller coaster level. And, like, I kind of get it. I feel like out of all the Mario Kart tracks in the game, this is the most that would be like a roller coaster. I'm, like, trying to think. We probably classified other Mario Kart levels as, like, roller coasters, but this was the big one. This was, like, the poster child for, like, roller coaster Mario Kart levels. I guess you have, like, more literal examples, like Water Park in Mario Kart 8. That's just, like, straight up, like, a theme park level. Uh-oh. Wario's Gold? Mine. To end off on the serious talk also, the number one thing I just want to leave everyone who, like, watches my stream, be good to each other, y'all. This life is short, so spend some time being good to each other. Have some fun, eat some good food, have some good laughs. 'Cause that's what life is all about. Dude, May with the 1 point, though? Peach off the shits on those bats, literally. Just knocking them the fuck out. Reminds you of the bullet at Kema Boardwalk. I don't think I've ever been. Where is Kema Boardwalk at? Granted, I haven't been to, like, a crazy amount of theme parks, but that one's not even, like, familiar to me at all. Here's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna try for Coconut Mall. Coconut Mall will be the last map we play tonight. That might be, like, right now. Okay, yeah. This is the last match of the night, then. Oh, that's in Texas. Got it. You miss going on coasters? I'm actually, like, a little scared of going on, like, coasters and stuff. Oh, it's Kima. Got it. My embarrassing confession is I'm not a huge fan of roller coasters because I have, like, a very bad fear of heights. But I'm not ashamed to say it. Listen. Everybody's got, like, the one thing they're afraid of. But my fear of heights, like, as I've gotten, like, older and older, like, it's just gotten worse and worse over time. Because I just, like, look at, like, down from a big height, and I'm like, dude, if I just fell now, I could, like, die. and that's like a very realistic possibility. When you're a kid, it's like, oh, if I fell down really far, I would get hurt a lot. But like as an adult, it's like if I fell down right now, I would literally just like splat on the ground. I would burst into a pile of blood. I'm also very scared of bees. And that's like a little bit more embarrassing because I know that bees are like docile creatures. But just whenever there's like a bee around, I like flinch a little bit and I'm like, ugh. There was like a bee in my room like the other week. And like that was a whole debacle. Heights is scary. I think the scariest part of the bullet is that loud and shaky. See, because wooden? Yeah, I can't do wooden roller coasters. It does not help the like, dislike of coasters that when I was a kid, I went on, like, a wooden coaster at, like, Six Flags, and it made me so sick that I couldn't go on any other rides for the rest of the day. Like, that was it. My fun was over. I got to go on one ride, and then that was it. Everyone else in my family was off having fun. I was just like, well, I'm good. Sucks. It did suck a little bit. It was a little sad. Because I remember being excited to go on that coaster. Because I did not have the same fear I did when I was a kid. Again, when you're a kid, you don't... Like, fears are mostly learned. Like, I definitely, like, learned to be afraid of, like, bees and shit because of, like, cartoons. Like, cartoons made, like, any insect that was, like, yellow and black, like, look scary as fuck. And even when they weren't scary as fuck, they were in bad movies, like B-Movie. I said I was gonna end it off there, but then I clicked another match. We'll go another match. And then you gotta unlearn them, literally. And, like, heights is one of those things where it's like, I don't know if I could unlearn that, to be honest. I feel like that would be, like, a very uphill battle. Like, bees, I feel like after a while, I could probably learn to not be afraid of. Because I know, like, deep in my heart, they are, like, mostly docile. They don't really hurt. 12-hour stream when? That'll probably happen at some point. Can you complain about something real quick? Sure. What's your complaint, Jen? It's 2022. Why are tush tags still a thing on plushies? I don't know. Just in case you forget what it is. Don't think you can unlearn your arachnophobia, sadly, because you hear people talk about cute spiders and they sound spectacular, but you can't look at them. That's a shame. I'd like to see some cool-ass spiders. But, like, yeah, like, 100%, like, it's hard to unlearn that kind of thing. And sometimes just flatly you can't. It happens. And I mean, really, it's one of those things where, like, if a fear is, like, so debilitating, then, like, it's one of those things where you probably should talk to a therapist about it, but arachnophobia is, like, so embedded in society, and it just makes sense. Like, yeah. I think if you told your therapist, like, I'm really scared of spiders, they would be like, oh, me too! Very glad your plushies had tags growing up so that you could find them later as an adult and get new ones. That's dope. I have a lot of plushies at my desk. I have Alakazam watching over me. The sitting cuties Alakazam. Yeah, I think a therapist is only really supposed to help with your fears if it's like a fear that came from like a traumatic experience. Like if you have some trauma associated with like a specific fear, then probably like a therapist is like, okay, you need some help. Luckily, that's what my job is. Want more plushies? You really want the Marie plush that they made where she either looks miserable or really high? I have that Marie plush, I think. I have the Callie and Marie plushes. Jen got me those. They're very high quality. I really like them. I'm not as big into Splatoon as I was, but that might change when Splatoon 3 comes out. I was like big into Splatoon 2 for a while. The early viewers of the stream will remember when the branding was like based around Splatoon. Like I had the Marie icon, and I had like the Splatoon text around. The like outro screen was just like Splatoon 2 Octo expansion screenshot. I love Splatoon 2. I only hope that Splatoon 3 keeps up the good work, basically. I think you've seen some tags that are sewn flat on the stuffy. Alright. We lost like 300 VR throughout that stream, so I would say that was an absolute success of making a mockery of myself, but it's okay, we got some good banter in there. I feel a lot better after doing a stream like this, to be honest. The back and forth banter, I love it. I want to thank you all for joining me tonight. I had a lot of fun with Mario Kart. We're definitely going to do this again. Mario Kart Wii is probably never going to leave the stream rotation. And I still think at some point I would like to look into custom tracks. And by the way, if you're new and you're interested, you can join the Discord server. It's below. It's very fun. We have some good chats. Glad to have been here. Thank you. I'm glad to be here as well. All you guys. Thank you for streaming as always. No problem. Thank you for coming. That is going to be it for tonight's stream. I want to thank you all for coming. Hope you'll have a good night and take care. Tomorrow we're going to do the Flipnote movie night. And then next week, I was originally planning to maybe take off, but I feel like a little more rejuvenated tonight. I think I was just having like kind of a crummy week, to be honest. But now I feel like more ready to keep the ball rolling, as it were. I'll let you know. I mean, if I stream next week, like, Soul Silver on Tuesday, we'll be doing more of that. We have to finish Cuphead at some point. Cuphead finale has to happen. We have to beat up King Dice. And we'll see. Maybe I'll even, like, slot this in. I'll see if Binging of Babish is able to get in some bingo cards for Bingo of Isaac, maybe. We'll see. We'll see. Have a good night, everybody. Take care. I'll see you tomorrow with the Flipnote movie night. Bye-bye. What time tomorrow? 6 p.m. EDT. That's usually around when I try to stream. Sometimes I start a little early or late, but that's generally the time frame. Yeah. Have a good night, everybody. Take care.